it, especially when you just kind of did it by accident.
Well, it's like Jeff Bezos says, you get the shareholders you ask for. We got the listeners we asked for. We never did any marketing. We never did any sort of paid growth. We were willing to take a really long time to build a listener base and build the business, in part because we never actually thought it could turn into something this big. So every listener is word of mouth, brought by someone else.
It's a million listeners who are the most coveted demographic out there. These are very wealthy, very,
it's business executives making big decisions.
Yeah, it's CEOs and C-suite people.
It's about business.
Yeah, it's people who are excited to
the
listen.
most boring. This show's 30 years old this year.
Congratulations.
Wow. Congratulations.
It took us 20 years to be more than a ticker with some talking heads. It's never been sexy, never been, but we keep.
Speak for yourself.
But you have an incredibly loyal listener.
You're not
base who are
Adam
here
Driver.
every morning.
I think I'm talking to Adam Driver. And what were you? You've been doing this for 10.
He's much taller than I am.
You weren't in Star Wars. And you've been doing this 10 years.
10 years.
10 years.
When did you start? Do you like looking youthful? I would like, if I were you, I would like looking.
It didn't play for a long time, and now as I'm getting older, it plays much better.
Because you're like a genius, I think. That's what it seems
At
like.
looking youthful.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, so you're not, okay. I needed to clear those two things up. He's of age, and he's not Adam Driver.
Ben and David, want to thank you both. Appreciate it. It's very good to see you this morning. And thank you for waking up early and staying up late last night.
Thank you for joining us last night.
And it was very, very cool to be with you last night. By the way, a good time, not just to promote Acquired, but also maybe to tell you that you can get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app. You see that segue going on there. You can find us on YouTube and everything else. Listen anytime and point your phone at the screen.
Let's get to Dom Chu. He probably thinks business news is sexy. Is it, Dom? I mean, in any way, shape, or form?
You're darn right it is. You're darn right it is.
Because you are
right.
Okay.
I mean, we're in this for a reason. I know. I mean, I get the feeling. I mean, I've known you guys now pretty decently for the balance of about 12 years at this network, and I would think that you guys have fun doing what you're doing. I know that I have fun doing what I'm doing, and so yes, I think it's a good time.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, but you're starting with crypto.
I am going to start with crypto. You read my mind and maybe my script. Largely recovering this morning after it fell yesterday when the Genius Act failed to kind of make it through the House of Representatives. Now, President Trump said on Truth Social last night that he met with members of Congress last night and then stressed the need to get that bill passed. There appeared to be some agreement between all those parties on that front. Meanwhile, Bitcoin and Ethereum prices are both moving higher this morning. Stablecoin issuer Circle, also cryptocurrency exchange Coinbase, are also higher this morning after falling yesterday. So you can see anywhere from about maybe 0.75% gain for Coinbase to Circle up 1.5%. Ether and Bitcoin up about 2 to 3% as well. Meantime, ASML Holdings lower after it missed guidance. Expectations in its second quarter report fell short earlier today. ASML CEO saying that the company, quote unquote, cannot confirm growth in 2026, citing increasing uncertainty driven by macroeconomic and geopolitical developments. Those statements are weighing on other stocks in that particular industry as well. You can see here ASML, ASM International, STMI, Microelectronics, Infineon Technologies, kind of generally mixed in trading, but generally lower on the day. So keep an eye on the European chip sector. And we're going to round things out with the Johnson & Johnson moving higher in the pre-market to the tune of about 1.5% after a mixed report this morning. Guidance, though, is bolstering that stock. The company raised its revenue and adjusted earnings guidance. Johnson & Johnson CFO Joe Wolk said earlier this hour that 2025 had been better than expected, and he expects that growth to continue in 2026 and 2027. So keep an eye on Johnson & Johnson shares up 1.5%. Joe, Becky, Andrew, I'm having fun, and I will send things back over to you guys.
And you're sexy, and you know it.
I'm not right said Fred, but
sexy.
I will.
Oh, no, another worm is going to be in your brain.
Now I'm thinking Elmo. Have you seen Elmo's version of I'm Sexy and I Know It?
No, I saw some other versions of Elmo just saying some horrible things recently.
Sexy. Oh, no, that was bad. They had to apologize for that. When we come back, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang in Beijing today, where he spoke about China's advances in AI. The company will also start to resume shipments of its H20 chips to the country. We'll find out what this means for the ongoing chip war with the United States. That's next. And we're waiting for quarterly results from both Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. We'll bring you those numbers and the instant reaction as soon as they're released. Squawk Box will be right back.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing across all your benefits and savings options, so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
They really know how to put 2 and 2 together. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Everything about PXG totally changed my game. The whole experience that PXG brings is top-notch. They really tailor it to your swing. Yeah, you should go get fitted.
PXG, you've never played like this before.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at CNBC.com/plus. CNBC. Live ambitiously.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Yeah! Woo! What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang in China today praising the country's AI ecosystem. Speaking in Beijing, Huang called models from companies like Alibaba and DeepSeek world-class. NVIDIA said that yesterday it expected to resume shipments of its H20 AI chips to China after getting assurances from the U.S. government. Huang said that the U.S. is processing those licenses for Chinese customers right now. He also spoke about export controls.
Export control are things that are outside of our control, and it can be quite disruptive to our business. It is our job only to inform the governments of the nature and the unintended consequences of the policies that they make.
Joining us right now is Chris Miller, Tufts Fletcher School professor, also somebody who's been looking into this because he's got a book that's been written on this as well. He's the author of Chip War. Chris, I want to thank you for being with us this morning. Why don't we talk a little bit about what we've seen with NVIDIA? This is a pretty big reversal to be able to sell those H20 chips into China. How important is it?
Well, it is a big reversal. The Trump administration just a couple months ago announced they were going to ban the sale of the H20 chip into China, which is a chip that was specifically downgraded so that it would meet U.S. requirements for the ability to sell into the Chinese market. And now Trump's reversing that stance, allowing NVIDIA to sell these chips again. Everything we've heard from the Chinese customers who would buy this chip suggests they want it in very large quantities. And we've seen NVIDIA announce that billions of dollars of sales would stem from the ability to sell into China. So it's a big change, and it remains to be seen exactly what type of licenses the Trump administration is going to allow for NVIDIA sales to Chinese customers.
I think the big question, though, is what the reasoning behind this was. Was it a concern that NVIDIA and American technology would start to lose out to China if they weren't allowed to compete in that market?
Well, we saw that Jensen and President Trump met in the White House earlier this week. We've also heard senior administration officials say that the decision to allow H-20 sales actually stems from the U.S.-China talks that were held several weeks ago, in which China allowed the shipment of rare earth magnets to the U.S., and the U.S. in turn lifted certain controls. It's unclear to me exactly what the primary driver was, and I think we've seen many twists and turns in the chip war, including under the Trump administration. And so we should wait further clarity for the administration as to just how broad the licenses it's going to grant will be. Right now, we've heard from NVIDIA, but not really much from the administration yet in terms of the details.
But the H-20 chip was one that's restricted. It doesn't have all the memory capabilities for specifically that reason. We didn't want them to have access to some of the things that could be used for military.
Yeah, that's right. The administration, when they banned the H-20 chip, they made the argument that if China was able to buy H-20s in the quantities of hundreds of thousands, that this would enable Chinese firms to compete with U.S. AI players and also to develop AI for strategic purposes. And companies like DeepSeek, like Alibaba, like ByteDance, the owner of TikTok, they've signaled a desire to buy large volumes of these chips because they need them. They've already built their AI models on NVIDIA systems, and Huawei, which is the competitor to NVIDIA, can't right now produce domestically the types of AI chips that are needed at scale. It has a small volume of production, but according to Trump administration officials, its production volumes are not likely to grow that much this year. So NVIDIA is still the largest player in this market. Even with its downgraded chips, they're still highly competitive in the Chinese market.
Give us an overview of where we stand in the chip war right now and where you think we'll be, let's say, a year, 2 years down the road, because things are happening at a pretty rapid clip.
Well, I think it's still the case that U.S. firms, along with their Taiwanese manufacturing partners like TSMC, are meaningfully ahead of Chinese competitors. If you take NVIDIA and Huawei, both of which produce AI chips as an example, the fact that NVIDIA is able to sell scaled down versions of its chips at large volumes in China shows that it's ahead of Huawei, which can't produce enough of its high-end chips to really be competitive. The fact that Huawei's also smuggling in still large volumes of chips and components for its chips from abroad shows the challenges it faces in terms of ramping up production. And so when it comes to chips, especially the ultra high-end AI chips that are needed for AI training and AI deployment, it's still the case that the U.S. is far ahead, which is why China is so desperate to import these chips at scale.
And what would happen if China tried to take over Taiwan?
Well, it wouldn't be good. The cost would be tremendous because when it comes to AI chips, as well as smartphone processors, PC processors, Taiwan's the producer of 90% or more of the most advanced chips. We've been making a bit of a progress in the U.S. building up our own domestic capabilities.
Connection
TSMC
lost.
in Taiwan is a big campus in Arizona. They're developing, but this is still the early stages of what's going to be a very long process of beginning to diversify the semiconductor supply chain. There's still a ton of concentration in Taiwan.
Chris, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Okay, coming up, are the wealthy of New York City really worried about Zohran Mamdani's chances of becoming mayor? Robert Frank is going to bring us some new data on luxury real estate sales in the city's millionaire population. That's next. Squawk Box, come right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. In honor of the very first National AI Day, who coined the term artificial intelligence? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
Brian, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today
at Aflac.com/prime.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for Advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Brandon Coley, Jablotsky Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper? Oh, we actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Ninja Frostvault. Meet Ninja's family of premium coolers with the cold dry zone that keeps food separate, dry, and fridge temp with premium ice retention even after the adventure ends. Ninja Frostvault with drinking food's favorite cooler.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life,
We got you.
get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
As a global leader in alternatives today, PGIM is capturing the potential of tomorrow with over $320 billion in alts across public and private markets. PGIM, the pursuit of outperformance.
And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. In honor of the very first National AI Day, who coined the term artificial intelligence? The answer, computer scientist John McCarthy in 1956.
Welcome back to Squawk. Zohran Mamdani's primary win in New York City's mayoral race has sparked what might be described as a panic among the wealthy, with some business owners and developers threatening to leave the Big Apple if the Democratic Socialist becomes the mayor. Robert Frank joins us now at the table this morning with a look at the city's wealthy and what they really think about all of it. What do you think?
Good morning, Andrew. Well, Florida real estate brokers say they've seen a surge in interest from wealthy New Yorkers after that Mamdani primary win. Developers are freezing projects, and business owners say they may shut down or leave the city if taxes go up. Now, Mamdani wants to add a 2% income tax on New Yorkers making more than $1 million a year. So that would bring the top city rate to 5.9%. The combined city and state rate would go to 16.8%, and the combined federal, state, and city would go, here it comes, 53.8% if you're a top earner in New York City. Now, Mamdani does not have the power, of course, to raise income taxes in New York. That has to come from Albany, where the governor has said, quote, I don't want to lose any more people to Palm Beach. And despite the headlines, the wealthy are still buying Manhattan luxury real estate. Get this, 72 contracts have been signed for apartments priced at $4 million or more since his election. That's actually up 13% from last year, according to Olshan Realty. New data from Altrata shows that New York's millionaire population has, in fact, doubled over the past decade, with just 1 year of declines. That was 2022, when markets fell. It wasn't so much from out-migration, but more stock markets. And by the way, New York has by far the largest population of the ultra-wealthy, with 33,000 people worth $30 million or more. LA ranks second with just 19,000. Now, for more on how the wealthy are navigating the New York City mayoral race and what it means for taxes, you can go to the Inside Wealth newsletter. New one out tomorrow morning. Go to cnbc.com/insidewealth. That's cnbc.com/insidewealth.
I feel like Mamdani's going to be running an ad with this clip in a moment.
Why is that?
If you're saying that people are still here.
Well, we'll see if he wins.
Right.
We'll see what policies are actually implemented, and then we'll see, people will decide whether to leave or not. My point is, we've seen, during the de Blasio administration, the number of millionaires continue to march higher.
Right.
And yes, they do leave. What people don't realize, or at least discount in this narrative, is that New York creates far more millionaires than actually leave, and that has continued
Right,
to happen.
and
So
so is
we're
it-
just focusing on the out-migration. You're not focusing on how many new millionaires are created in New York City.
Right, so then who's coming matters. We don't really talk about that. But
That's
the other
right.
question I have is the super wealthy. I mean, I'm not that a millionaire is not super wealthy, but the billionaire who decides to leave.
Yep.
The tax loss on that 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 individuals, you sometimes need 100 or hundreds.
Correct. We saw that in New Jersey with David Tepper moving, and we've seen some prominent, Josh Harris from New York moving, Daniel Oak moving, some billionaires who move. And the headlines are prominent when those folks move. What you don't see is the broader population of very wealthy people, again, new wealth created, or those who are staying. But you're right. The top 1% pay 40% of the income taxes in New York. So when some of them leave, it doesn't have to be a large number, just be a few thousand. That matters. So far, we haven't seen it show up in tax revenue or in the city economy. Tax revenue remains strong.
I mean, we may be hurtling towards a Mamdani marriage, and it's ironic because this is the center of the financial world,
the capital of capital,
capital of capitalism. Yet, the wealth, the income disparity is very, very clear.
Yeah.
And you can't compete against that many people. I just hope there's not a Bastille Day coming, because we're still, it's like, well, we were hoping someday it wouldn't be like, I want to get that guy, that rich guy up on the hill. It was, I want to be that rich guy.
Remember Occupy Wall Street, right? Well,
yeah.
that
same thing.
strain is still there, and I think that was expressed through this election. We'll see whether it holds through the general, and we'll see whether after this meeting yesterday with all these business leaders, whether Mamdani starts to moderate his policies.
Well, we're going to get to that in just a moment. Robert, thank you for joining us. And in just a moment, Partnership for New York City CEO Catherine Wild will join us in the next half hour to discuss the meeting. She was in the room with Mamdani yesterday.
In the meantime, though, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley just releasing quarterly results. I know Goldman Sachs is trading higher. Let's get over to Leslie Picker. She's looking through the numbers on that. Hey, Leslie.
Hey, Becky. Yeah, Goldman Sachs reporting top and bottom line beats driven by huge gains in the business that advises on acquisitions as well as equity trading. The firm's global banking and markets division, which houses those two businesses, generated $10 billion in revenue, up 24% year over year. Advisory, which largely comprises M&A banking, raked in more than $1 billion and was up 71% year over year. Equity underwriting was up slightly, while debt underwriting was slightly down. Goldman said its investment banking fees backlog is higher compared with the first quarter and then the end of 2024 as well. Within trading, equities surged 36% year over year to $4.3 billion, a record for that group. Fixed income, currencies, and commodities gained 9% to $3.5 billion in revenue during the quarter. Asset and wealth management, a smaller but key growth area for the firm, they did see revenue decline about 3% year over year to $3.8 billion. The division was dragged down by some debt investments on the balance sheet. CEO David Solomon saying in the release, quote, "At this time, the economy and markets are generally responding positively to the evolving policy environment. But as developments rarely unfold in a straight line, we've remained very focused on risk management." Return on equity of 12.8% was nearly 2 percentage points higher than a year ago, although lower than Q1. Turning to Morgan Stanley, that firm also beating on the top and bottom lines in all three divisions, surpassing the street's expectations. Trading, a bright spot here with equities revenue jumping 23%, fixed income up 9% during the quarter. Total investment banking fees, though, those were lower for Morgan Stanley by nearly 5%. Advisory, which manages M&A, declined 14%. Equity capital markets, though, the unit that manages IPOs and follow-on offerings, that gained 42% to $500 million. Debt capital markets revenue slumped by 21% during the quarter. Morgan Stanley's wealth management division brought in $59 billion in net new assets and $43 billion in fee-based assets during the quarter. Net revenues were up 14% to $7.8 billion for that division, and investment management revenue was up about 12%. Expenses, though, guys, coming in higher here than the street expected. Compensation expense was $7.2 billion, above analyst estimates, while non-comp expense was also slightly higher than expectations. Still, return on tangible common equity was 18.2% in the quarter. Nothing to sneeze at. You can see Morgan Stanley shares very little change in pre-market on these results. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you. And we really mean thank you, running through all of the big things for us this morning.
Yeah.
Leslie Picker.
Watch your health. There's more coming. Don't get sick.
A programming note for you. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon will be on Money Movers today at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
Inside Wealth is sponsored by Corient, wealth management centered around you.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
You got your bag? Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Come on.
Mom, all my friends can do it. Can you help me practice?
First, we have to get the one little bunny air. Circle. Over and under. Get one bunny.
Hold.
Did you just do it?
Yes.
You did. Let me see. I gotta look.
So, you like your job?
I love it. What I do is really important.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
That they do. And they don't want to spend more money than they have to.
True. But good eye health, that's priceless.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best. Because eye care is healthcare, and you deserve the best.
We have a very special bond, I think, as a family. Spectrum is the connecting thread to everything we do.
It provides us with reliability, lightning speeds, and allows us to do what we need to do in our lives.
From school to homework to entertainment, Spectrum's the perfect match for me and my family.
Fast, reliable internet starting at $30 a month, backed by the Spectrum commitment to keep you connected.
So which would you recommend?
Do you like brown?
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
Empire Today.
We're watching the shares of spirits giant Diageo. CEO Deborah Crew has stepped down by mutual agreement with the board. The company's CFO was named interim CEO while the board conducts a CEO search of both internal and external candidates. The company's been grappling with falling alcohol sales and declining share prices. It's evident right there. Coming up, we're going to dig into everything. Gary Cohn's here from the State of the Economy, Tariffs, the Fed, and more with former director of the National Economic Council, Gary Cohn. That's next. Squawk Box return in just a moment.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, or on it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Never thought this would happen.
We got you.
When disaster threatens to put production weeks behind, call the team prepared to be there in minutes. The scale and expertise to get you back up to speed is ready to go with ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened.
at Public. The high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
What if all I do for my type 2 diabetes isn't enough? Or what if...
Once weekly Mounjaro could help. Mounjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar and can help you eat less food. Plus, 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. And people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro with sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, and before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I can do diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Pay as little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor about Mounjaro.
About an hour away now from the release of the June Producer Price Index. Joining us now, Gary Cohn, IBM Vice Chairman, former Director of the National Economic Council, joins us on set, as he really should, exclusively, from time to time. Thank you.
Joe, it's always nice to be here with you.
Always good to see you.
What an introduction.
Yeah. Yeah. You saw, I don't.
Nice introduction.
It's not nice to be wanted. No, it's not. It's not nice to be wanted. Did I want you here instead of somewhere else? It's not. Would you rather say, gosh, I wish you were on another show? No, you wouldn't.
It's always good to be wanted.
And you were watching mine going, Ken, yesterday. And the Journal has never liked tariffs, obviously. Wall Street Journal, they're classic conservatives. Ken does not like tariffs. Mm-hmm. But there's a feeling among a lot of classic conservatives that something needed to be done, and they've kind of been lulled into the idea that some of this is okay, almost accepting some of the tariff moves. This kind of threw me a little bit today, because it's the president wouldn't like the results of what happened in those numbers yesterday. They weren't horrible, but real weekly wages fell, adjusted for inflation, because of where inflation was. So inflation's up, wages are down. That's not what he wants. It's not what he was elected to do, and it's a reflection in large part from some of the tariffs, right?
Correct.
What would you advise the president to do with tariffs at this point?
So look, I think you made 2 really important points.
Really?
Yeah, 2. Yeah, it's pretty good start.
Wow. I'm going to have to go back and watch the tape. Go ahead.
So look, one point is, there is a understanding or view in this country that we need to control certain parts of our essential supply chain. You know, I always say, if COVID taught us nothing else, it surely taught us how vulnerable we are on essential parts of our supply chain. So the fact that we're trying to move some of our most vulnerable pieces of our supply chain that can shut down our U.S. economy and move them back to the United States. I think the vast majority of Americans and the vast majority of economists and the vast majority of business people all support that.
And that wouldn't have happened with pure market forces.
It would not have happened with pure market forces. Okay. So the good piece is we are starting to understand what are the essential things that need to be moved back to the United States to protect ourselves. It might cost us something.
Okay.
So that's the point that I think is interesting. The other point is, we are now at a point where we are collecting $30 to $40 billion of tariff revenue a month. And everyone's boasting about, the $30 to $40 billion of tariff revenue a month. The one thing I think we all will agree at is there's no free lunch. Someone's paying the $30 to $40 billion. Yeah. And ultimately, it is going to end up being the consumer that pays that money. So for a short period of time, maybe the business is eating it. So if you're an importer and you're Nike or you're Apple, you may be eating it for a short period of time. If you're the importer, you may be eating it for a short period of time. But that's an unsustainable business model. And you've got your shareholders and you've got your banks and you've got your debt covenants, and you have to abide by all of the restrictions that you have. So ultimately, you're going to be forced to pass those tariffs down into the system. And unfortunately, the consumer is going to eat them. And I think yesterday's numbers gave us a little hint. And by the way, I never get too excited over one set of numbers. I always warn people, like, it's a set of numbers. It could be completely different next month. So we have to wait to see what the trend is. But when you see, things that we know we're importing, like toys, like appliances, like paper products, all showing close to 2% inflationary pressures, we have a pretty good idea that the underlying product is probably not going up.
But the Journal doesn't even argue that the problem is inflation, because it says it's probably a one-shot deal, doesn't necessarily go into services, doesn't necessarily, but it is a tax. It is a tax, and when you tax something, you get less of it, usually.
Well, when you tax something, you get less of it. And
it costs someone somewhere.
You affect people's buying power.
Yeah.
And if you're on a fixed income, you have less disposable income to buy goods because
and the regressive
those goods are more expensive. And we're therefore affecting the part of the population we least want to affect.
Exactly.
Which is the hardest working individuals. It's a very regressive tax that will force people to choose between what they're able to buy, what food can they put on their table, what can they do to improve their home or not. You're forcing consumers to make very difficult decisions, Gary, as this gets packaged.
Here's the question. I think I was concerned in part because so many CEOs would come on and say they were concerned about the uncertainty of taxes, and that the uncertainty was going to prevent them from making investments. The things that they wanted to do, they were going to sit on their hands and try to figure out what was going to happen, and then they'd wait. It does not appear, at least the way the economy is going thus far, unless it's, we don't know the other side of it, that somehow people are stopping. You look at all of the AI investments that are taking place. You look at all, there's just, even some of the M&A activity that your former firm Goldman Sachs is reporting.
Johnson & Johnson was on this morning talking about $55 billion in investments.
Look, maybe there'd be even a greater tidal wave of investment if this uncertainty didn't exist. But how do you think about that?
The uncertainty piece that we've all been talking about. So look, the uncertainty piece breaks down into a bunch of different silos. So we had the one big, beautiful bill uncertainty piece. Now, the bigger uncertainty in that bill was really what was going to happen to the personal income taxes. The vast majority of the corporate taxes were law. They were not going to expire at the end of this year. But on the flip side, there were about $4.5 trillion of tax relief on the individual side, meaning that every taxpayer's rates would go up. Yes, we would bring back the standard deductions, we would bring back the itemized deduction, we would bring back all the complexity of filing tax returns. And I think that had a highly, a huge effect on the way people were thinking about what their after-tax spending would have been or could have been if Congress was not able to roll those rates forward. Not only did they roll those rates forward, they actually put back some of the stimulative for lower income families that was in the original bill, which I think are very good and supportive. There's enhanced child care credits, there's enhanced credits for families. So look, we end up in a place from the tax standpoint, from the income tax standpoint, where I think that variable is off the table. We know what it is, it's baked, it's signed, nothing's going to change, and people cannot say, I don't understand what's going on with taxes at this point. And in fact, on the business side, there was more incentive in there to go out and manufacture and build in the United States. You got enhanced depreciation, you got enhanced R&D credits. So all of the things that you would want or need to manufacture and build in the United States were included in the tax bill. So now we get to the point where I think we were starting with Joe is, okay, if I'm going to go build and I'm going to manufacture in the United States, okay, I'm starting maybe to understand the cost of manufacturing the facility. Once I manufacture a facility, I've got two inputs. I've got to bring labor into the facility, and I'm not sure what my labor costs are going to be, and I have to bring raw materials into the facility. And a lot of those raw materials are not manufactured here in the United States, And even if we say we will manufacture those here in the United States, realistically, that's a 5+ year project. And what we're seeing on some of these deals where we're making deals to manufacturing things in the United States, like magnets, the price is dramatically different than where the current clearing price of a magnet is today.
Right.
So am I going to build a factory? Am I going to
Do you think these announcements aren't real then?
Things are real, but the question, am I going to go borrow $1 billion plus to build a factory if one of my major input costs just doubled?
Right.
So you have to assume my final good has to sell for dramatically higher.
Or you have to figure that it's cheaper still to manufacture it here, given the tariffs that are going to be imposed on anything you manufacture.
You have to make that rule.
So
you have to make that adjustment in your mind, but knowing that manufacturing date's 5 years forward from now,
you don't know
and
where
predicting what the tariff is when it's not law.
Right.
When it's not been law, it's not gone through the Congress.
Of the
that's a tough thing as a board of a director. As a board would sit there and say, is this a prudent thing to do for our shareholders?
Does the market make sense at these highs? Do you think that momentum can continue? Because we've had a lot of people over the last few days who say, hey, the market can grow into this and continue to push even higher.
Well, right now we are seeing the vast majority of spending in what I would call the AI-related and ancillary spaces. We're seeing it in the power grid, power formation, power generation. We're seeing it in the warehousing of CPUs, GPUs. We're seeing it in the building of these massive buildings. So look, the AI wave right now and the demand for compute power is extraordinary. And it's really important in the U.S. economy. And that piece of sort of demand itself, which seems insatiable at this point, seems like we cannot build enough data centers fast enough, which we can talk about at some other point, because we've never seen a period in time where we don't overbuild at the end. That demand for AI infrastructure today is having a dramatic impact on sort of the construction market, on the labor market, on the goods and services that need to go in to continue to build out that industry, which will be very important for the United States.
Gary, so I'm still back to this. So it's not necessarily inflationary, but it is a tax. So would you cut, right? I mean, taxes are, they cause a slowdown, and if it's not inflationary, do you think that Trump's on to something with the cut, or do you think the Fed's in the right position right now?
So look, when you talk about the inflationary side, there's always an argument here. If you take a product that cost X and put a 100% tariff on it, it now costs 2X.
Yeah.
But you only do it once. There's a price change. Okay?
Price change, but not
price
inflation.
change. It's not going up month after month after month after month.
Right.
So the way inflation data is calculated, we could argue if this is right, you will see a bump in 1 month. But the next month, there will be no inflation in that product.
So yes, you'd cut?
So there will be no inflation in that product. So you have to understand the price of the good and the amount of disposable income that people would have would go down. It would go down because they'd be paying the higher price.
Right.
So when you get to the Fed and you get to the Fed policy, I think ultimately you're looking at data. You're looking at inflation. I mean, they've got their dual mandate. They have a very clear dual mandate, which is, stable prices. We interpret stable prices to be 2% inflation, and we look at full employment. Right now, one could argue that we are at stable prices. Yeah. You could argue that they were more stable 2 days ago before we got yesterday's data.
Right.
We'll get a little bit more data today. But still, even with yesterday's data and CPI 2.7%, like I said, it's one number. We were 2.4% before that. And we see the employment numbers continue to be relatively strong. It feels like there is a decent argument to be made on either side of the equation.
I could debate either side.
I think there's a decent argument. Now, look, no one's asking me, but if someone said, what would you personally do, Gary? I'd probably lower interest rates a little bit. I'd lower them 25 basis points.
I'm with you on
and
that.
see what happens. I don't think there's a lot of risk to lowering rates at this point, 25 basis points. But again, we're lowering the front end of the curve. The front end of the curve right now is relatively low. There's more demand for
Long
short-term
end
treasuries.
looks okay, though.
The long end's going to trade where the long end trades.
I know we got to run. I'm just curious. I don't know if you saw the story we were debating earlier in the Wall Street Journal about 401ks getting into private markets, whether you think that's a good thing, these semi-liquid products, what you think that should be.
I think it's a great thing. I think that we should give people with 401ks access to products that will perform well above market expectations over longer periods of time. And I think the history of private markets is that they have outperformed through the cycle. And a 401k is a perfect vehicle to put something like that in, because you more or less buy it, you somewhat forget about it,
hopefully,
you own it, and you know, hopefully the duration is you'll buy it when you're 30 years old and you can't get the money out for another 35 years.
Right.
So you've got 35 years of compounded appreciation.
Does that change the marketplace so more companies stay private, or does it change the marketplace so more companies go public?
I think at the end of the day, it probably will have very little effect on companies going private and companies going public. You can buy a private company in a 401k and have it go public and end up with shares delivered to you. I don't think the owner of the 401k cares. They actually might like it. At the beginning, they bought something private that they'd appreciate it a lot, and at the end, they got something very liquid and transparent that they could easily liquidate. They don't have to wait for someone else to liquidate. If you would tell people that would be the normal path of trajectory, that you're going to buy something private, and by the time you're able to liquidate this 35 years later, 30 years later, 25 years later, most likely it will be a public security that you can.
I just think it creates such a larger pool of money for private assets, which therefore would more likely keep them private for longer, or they'd sort of hot potato as even a private for longer kind of scenario.
There's going to be rules on private funds and private securities to how long you can keep them. I don't think you'll see asset managers keep private companies private for 30 years. I mean, that to me would not be the ultimate.
Are you as bullish on the future as Ken Langone?
I don't know if I'm as bullish as Ken.
Are you?
But we all love Ken.
Yeah. You work with the president. You know him well.
I know Ken well.
Do you think, like Ken thinks, that Trump's going to be remembered as a great president?
Look, I think Trump will be remembered as a president with really unique ability to understand the policy situation in the United States, and he'll be remembered as someone that attacked some of the thorniest policies that people were not willing to deal with. Right. And as time goes on, people will remember the policy change and the effect. They will not remember how we got here. And I think as time goes on, the policy effect is very bullish for his brand and his reputation, and having forgot how we got here will help his brand and reputation.
It's like, sees a problem, and he's like a bull in a china closet, basically. Right? Things break.
Yeah, but at the
maybe
end
with a hammer.
At the end of the day, presidents are remembered for what they got accomplished or what they didn't get accomplished, and I think we will see what he's done, you know, with getting the taxes extended, what he's done in the Middle East, what he's been able to do with foreign policy, what he's been able to do with foreign leaders, the fact he's been able to get NATO to pay for their own security as well. There are a lot of very positive things that if you were just writing the list of things that the Trump administration has gotten done, there'd be a lot of things in the very positive column if you could only write concrete things. If you were writing emotional things, people might write a lot of emotional things in the negative column, but guess what? 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, the only column people are going to remember is the column of actual achievements.
Yeah. Well, we've seen this movie before. We were in Davos, and he was like the belle of the ball, and then COVID hit. Things were going well. Remember how well they were going?
I remember very well.
Yeah, I hear you, Rob. I hear you. We got to get to those stock movers, right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary,
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Coming up, the Democratic nominee for New York City, Mayor, I should say the nominee for mayor. He's not the mayor yet. Zohran Mamdani. I'd love to hear your views on that, maybe during the commercial break. We'll see. Meeting with more than 100 executives yesterday, where he was peppered with questions from taxes and real estate to anti-Semitism. The Partnership for New York City hosted that event, and we're going to talk to the group's CEO, Catherine Wild, next. Squawk Box coming back after this.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
We are a true 100% grower-owned cooperative.
We just love to farm. You know, you feed people around the world, so it's very fulfilling.
When I look at what we're producing, I know the high quality. I know the animal welfare standards behind it.
The turkeys, they mean something to us. We really care about how they're doing and how they're feeling, so we really invest all of ourselves into it, just like you'd want for your own family.
And it's nice to partner with someone like Dietz & Watson that feels the same way. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Quitting nicotine with support makes all the difference. Outsmart nicotine every step of the way with X-Pro.
It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. We're going to be getting some more inflation data at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time today with the June Producer Price Index. Right now, the futures ahead of that show the Dow up by triple digits. The S&P is flat and the Nasdaq off by about 35.
And a second day of meetings set to begin between the New York City Democratic mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani and more than 100 executives. It's been organized by the Partnership for New York City. The group planning to meet with sitting Mayor Eric Adams tomorrow. And joining us right now, someone who spent some time with that nominee yesterday and a whole bunch of other CEOs, Catherine Wild, President and CEO of the Partnership for New York City. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so take us inside the room. I know there was a million different questions asked about everything from anti-Semitism to taxes to how many freebies can be given away. What was the outcome in terms of the feeling in the room when it was over?
I think everyone walked away thinking that he was the most impressive candidate they have seen in generations. He's very compelling, charming, smart young man, and gives you a sense of he's honest, means what he says. So and he's full of hope.
Okay, so here's my question though. There were, in terms of the reporting that I saw on this, a lot of folks who thought he was charming and a great candidate. Clearly, he's a good candidate in that he was able to attract a huge base and could speak in a way that attracted a group of people to vote for him. Having said that, there was also a sense, at least from some of the reporting that I saw and folks that I talked to, that a lot of the people in the business community might have thought he was charming, but fundamentally disagreed with his underlying views of how to attack the city's problems.
Totally. You didn't let me finish. That was my butt.
Okay.
No, he's clearly totally inexperienced. They raised the issue of, you know, it's a city of 300,000 people. It's a very complicated management experience. What have you done? What's prepared you? He said, well, I'd surround myself with good people and follow the Mike Bloomberg principle of letting them do their job. That was a good answer, but I don't think it was, it made up for the lack of experience. And on policy issues, you know, he's sourcing from sources that they don't believe in terms of the fiscal realities, the tax impacts, et cetera.
And did he hold firm? Did you feel like he on those views? Did you think that there was a flexibility to his perspectives?
I don't think he was. What he said was he wouldn't be flexible on his basic values, but he was eager to learn. He seemed to want to say, I'm open to learning, to better understanding. And he said, importantly, because I think this is important, I think we all agree the challenges facing the city, he nailed it. Affordability and et cetera. The fact that he said he was going to stick with his values, but he was willing to learn and to figure out how to, if there are other ways to achieve his goals. And the example was freeze the rent. Well, he said, well, I would look at reform of property taxes. And obviously, property taxes are 30% of the rent in rent-regulated buildings. So he did express some openness to look at other ways of solving the problem than just raising taxes.
One of the things I hear often from CEOs in this city is the worry about anti-Semitism in the city. And I know that he was asked about his refusal, at least publicly on Meet the Press, I think over 3 times he was asked a question, to condemn this phrase, globalize the Intifada. What did he say to your group?
He described how he had learned what that meant and how frightening that was to a young Jewish woman, and that he said he was not going to use it and use the phrase again, and that he would discourage others from using it.
And do you think that discourage is the same as condemn?
No, I don't think it's the same.
Does that concern you, or does that concern others in the room? I know that Alba Berla, obviously is Jewish, runs Pfizer, is on the board of the partnership.
Absolutely, it concerns them. Absolutely.
And was that expressed? I mean, was this a...
Yes, and no, it was expressed in great detail. The concerns were expressed in great detail.
But no movement on that front, in your mind?
I would say he said that he would definitely oppose, he realized the problem of anti-Semitism had become enormous, and that he would do everything he could to bring people together to try and fight that. So that was the tenor of the response.
What kind of answers did he provide, to the extent that people said, look, you may have all of these ideas, but these ideas, you, given what your role is as a mayor, can't necessarily effectuate. Did he speak to that idea? Meaning that there's a whole bunch of things he can do. No, he can deal with rent control, or he can go after rent control if he wants to. It's harder for him to raise taxes, for example, without the help of Albany.
Those are the kind of points that our members were making to him. So,
and what kind of how did he respond to those points?
There was a good back and forth discussion. I think the main purpose of the meeting was to introduce the winner of the Democratic primary to the members. Our organization does not endorse in political races. We don't take political positions one way or the other on individual candidates. So this was strictly a get-to-know the candidate conversation. And I would say that I doubt it changed many minds, but I think it lowered the temperature instead in terms of fear.
I thought you were, I don't know, you don't endorse, but last time you were on, I thought you were sort of thinking that the alternative to this candidate would be Mayor Adams.
Well, Mayor Adams is the incumbent mayor, yeah.
He is? No, I know that. But as far as who you would like to drop out if there were See, you're in a position where you got to CYA because this guy might be mayor. I understand that. But who has the most viable chance of beating Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo or Mayor Adams? And will either one of them ever consider dropping out? Because
well, it depends on what happens between now and then, because the election is not until November. So that's a question, and that's the question that Governor Cuomo has said. Well, let's see who's winning in September. So I think.
Do you think one of them will drop out?
I do not. I'd be very surprised.
And you better be sucking up the mouth. You're doing the right thing.
What have the latest polls that you've seen shown? What are your odds, I would say, of
that Mamdani is substantially ahead of the pack than Cuomo, but Cuomo just finished a $30 million campaign, and Eric hasn't started his campaign, so who knows?
Let me ask you about security in the city. One of the things that obviously I think a lot of business leaders have been thinking about is policing in the city and the like. I think there's a lot of people who like the current commissioner of the police. Did you get a sense that he would keep her in that role? I mean, there's been sort of questions about whether he would want to, not want to, given some of the comments he's made historically about policing in the city.
Well, that question did come up, and he said what he has said publicly for the last week, which was that he would definitely consider keeping Jessie Tisch in the commissioner role. That was with her father sitting in the front row of the meeting. So, I think his position is he's open, but it was no commitments.
Right. I have a question, by the way, this is separate and apart from this. Do you believe that Eric Adams' role in this city, when it comes to police, by the way, the police record under her, but also under him, has actually been quite good. I mean, in terms of
it's excellent.
It's excellent. Doesn't get a lot of credit for that. The other thing that's fascinating in this city is, in terms of ICE raids and National Guards running around, we don't have that in this city right now. We do have it in LA and other parts of the country, and there is a question mark about why that is, and whether that's a function actually of this mayor's relationship with the city, with the President of the United States, rather. I say that because some people say Eric Adams is a hostage of the president, but in some cases you could look and say, well, if he's being kidnapped, whatever relationship he has might actually have been helping keep the city from turning into, some kind of National Guard, ICE raid situation.
Well, I think you're understating the role that Governor Hochul has played in working with President Trump to try and keep a lid on the ICE presence. Although there are disturbing trends now, ICE has gotten a huge windfall of funds in the Big Beautiful Bill, and so they haven't had the resources to go into.
So you think they're coming to New York next?
I would not take any comfort in thinking they're not coming here. I think what stands between us and them at this moment is Governor Hochul.
And so the credit should not therefore go to the mayor on that front. If you were handing out, credit candies.
Yeah, I think that this has been a strategic effort by the governor, and I also think that ICE is. We'll see what happens in the next couple months, because there's going to be an influx of resources, and we have seen that in the first 2 weeks of June, there were more ICE arrests of civilian complaints, not criminals. So prior to that, most of the ICE...
Kathy, you almost sound like you're more worried about an influx of ICE than an influx of illegal immigrants. Is that
I am very worried.
Is that what you mean to sound like?
No, I'm very worried about due process for the immigrants that are here. I think everybody agrees that for the criminal element, the gangs, the transnational gangs, absolutely we need to have them.
And the NYPD, by the way, to their credit, have done a great job with some of the gangs in the city.
Well, no one wants a sanctuary.
Yeah, they have. I'm just saying
we don't want to end up a sanctuary city.
We are a sanctuary.
Well, I know. Well, I'd prefer an influx to ICE and an influx to illegal immigrants.
Well,
and there's a lot of people in this country that
immigrants have fueled our economy for a number of years, and what we need is
What do you tell the people that have worked for years and years to become legal?
Well, the people who have worked for years and years who have not been able to yet get legalized because we didn't pass any path.
There's a possibility Trump does something with DREAM Act or whatever, but if you don't have a border, you don't have a country.
Well, what's going on now is that we're seeing that it's not the majority in June that were picked up by ICE had no criminal record.
Right.
That's a concern because where does that stop? We've got people who have been working in the back of restaurants and doing jobs that U.S. citizens won't do for.
I've heard all the arguments, but I mean, fewer people have been deported. Fewer people have been deported under Trump than under Obama and Biden.
Again, the resources of ICE were limited. They're now pretty unlimited.
And that's a bad thing.
I'm just saying it's going to change.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just going to change.
An influx of ICE. Okay.
Kathy, I want to thank you. Appreciate it very, very much.
Thanks for having me.
Squawk Box coming right back after this.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with your check on your morning movers. We're going to start with Dow component Johnson & Johnson. The pharmaceutical giant is up roughly 2% right now in pre-market action after it beat expectations for both profits and revenues and raised its full-year guidance. The other earnings headliners are big bank-driven, of course. Goldman and Morgan Stanley both higher after they beat expectations. Both posted strong growth in equities trading revenues as well. Also, check out B of A shares higher by about almost 1% after a mixed second quarter. Profits beat, revenues were a slight miss. CEO Brian Moynihan saying in the release that the consumer remained resilient with healthy spending and asset quality there as well. Now, CEO Brian Moynihan will be on the exchange at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so pay attention. Big first on interview here on CNBC. Meantime, ASML lower after it missed guidance expectations in its second quarter report earlier today. ASML CEO saying that the company cannot confirm growth in 2026 currently, citing increasing uncertainty driven by macroeconomic and geopolitical developments. So keep it right here. ASML Holdings down 7.5%. Squawk Box returns after this commercial break.
You make it through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list.
And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
Nearly home. This place ain't big enough for the three of us. Looks like y'all got a case of the zoomies.
Reba.
Have y'all seen the real view maps on Realtor.com? You can easily compare homes by lot size. Who wants to find their dream house? Realtor.com.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way to help me keep more of what I earn.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
CNBC Podcasts. All your shows on the go. The latest market news and analysis. Ready when you are. Don't miss out. Listen to CNBC wherever you get your podcasts.
An icon. A classic. Famous all over the world. The Egg McMuffin. And it's spicy now. For a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
The House today set to take the next steps on 3 crypto bills. It's going to happen today. Joining us now, Financial Services Committee Chairman French Hill. Good morning. It's good to see you, Congressman.
Good morning. Good to
and
be
Chairman.
with
We heard that, I guess, rumblings that maybe the votes weren't there, and then the president met with some individuals yesterday. Are you confident now the votes are there?
I believe that we do have the votes to advance the Senate Genius Act, which will create the first federally regulated, with clear rules, dollar-backed payment stablecoin, which will unleash a new competitive round in how payments are done when they're used in a blockchain application. We also have the House's work on market structure, which we've worked through the House Ag Committee and the House Financial Services Committee. Strong bipartisan support for that bill. And then finally, Whip Tom Emmer of Minnesota. Mr. Emmer has his bill that blocks the federal government from creating a central bank digital currency through the Fed unless it's done with a specific authorization through Congress. So I believe that the House has the votes for those 3 measures, and the Speaker is working this morning on how they'll be coordinated and presented to the House for consideration.
What's your... what do you think? How long? It won't be today, will it? It was supposed to be today.
Well, we expected to vote on clarity this afternoon and also vote on the defense appropriations bill and then vote on Genius, the Senate's stablecoin bill, tomorrow. So right now, I think that, based on the work yesterday of a small number of members taking down the House rule, is still under discussion this morning as to how that'll be sequenced and brought back to the House.
So when, what do you think the president said? This is happening again and again, and Mike Johnson has pulled some rabbits out of his hat too. It's fun. It's strange for the rest of us to watch how things work. Do people get things that they want for locally, or the initial reticence to go along with things, and then they finally end up going along with it? What is the kabuki dance Can you describe what happened yesterday and what the president said and who he turned around and how that works?
Well, I think some members in the House really would like to see Tom Emmer's work to legislatively block a central bank digital currency being issued, make sure it's turned into law, meaning that the bill doesn't just pass the House and then go over sit in the Senate and not garner 60 votes and then become law. So that is one of the core reasons why they wanted to talk to the Speaker and have some more discussions with President Trump and how to make sure that they could get that bill into law. I think those discussions actually continue. I support the policy. I also would reiterate to your viewers that it's illegal for the Fed to do a central bank digital currency without this bill. So I view this bill as belt and suspenders, directing the Fed that they cannot do a central bank digital currency without a specific authorization of the Congress. I think Article 1 makes that clear, and Jay Powell's testified several times over the past 2 or 3 years to that effect.
Just shifting gears a little bit, Doge was going to do you remember what it was going to do? Was it trillion? It was at least hundreds of billions, and we're at $9 billion, and the Republicans can't do a rescission bill for $9 billion. Why? And what is I'm echoing some of the sentiments again of an editorial here, but why is it so hard to cut a mere $9 billion, and how is there any hope to ever get 24% of GDP? What are we going to get to, 23.9? And the political capital that it takes just to get to 23.9, it probably loses the midterms?
Every spending program in Washington, no matter how microscopic, has a huge group of constituencies pushing it. You remember President Reagan's admonition, there's nothing so eternal as a temporary government program, and I see it being borne true every day. We have a $2 trillion deficit and over $6 trillion federal budget now, and we're simply trying to tweak $9 billion with a B dollar cut, which, by the way, is only rescinding unobligated funds. Repeat, it's only rescinding unobligated funds in fiscal 25, and we're debating right now fiscal 26. So it's important that we got the big, beautiful bill done because it had significant, well over $1 trillion in spending cuts, permanent spending reforms that will lower future spending, and the tax incentives to grow the economy. So that's why budget reconciliation is a powerful tool. We're now debating FY26, and I hope that that number will continue the march back towards or I should say pre-pandemic spending approaches. That's what we're trying to do, is claw that back. And I hope that FY26 spending will be at the FY25 levels or below in some categories, even though we're boosting in national defense and homeland security.
French, in your view, the question of whether the president can fire a Fed Chair Powell, will it ever come to where we're trying to determine whether that's possible, or is this just jawboning at this point? What are you hearing, and what do you hear from your colleagues about what they would urge the president to do or not do in this case?
Well, look, Chairman Powell's term as chairman is up next May, and I believe President Trump has an appointment to the board that's open in this coming February of 2026. And President Trump's own analysis and that of his Treasury Secretary is that he cannot fire Jay Powell. And as I've said many times on this program, even though we believe in an independent monetary authority and Congress created the Fed back in 1913, it doesn't mean it's not subject to criticism. And every president that I've certainly worked with over the past 40 years has had plenty to say critically about the Federal Reserve and its policy. But I don't see the president firing Chairman Powell. But the president is certainly actively working with Treasury Secretary Bessent on candidates for that position, which will be open next year in 2026.
Well, we spent a lot of time talking about how much money that's spent. It's not even taxpayer money, and it looks like something's brewing when you spend that much time. All the president's men and women are talking about cost overruns.
Good morning.
And
we got almost 2 minutes to YOLO. go.
More informed about FY26 on how to increase productivity, lower full-time equivalents, and that's what the appropriations committees are hard at. Okay. Chairman, Crenshaw, thanks. Up next, we got PPI. It's good to be with you. Okay, thank you. PPI data, Squawk Box. Be right back. PP. Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it. Even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
All right, 2 minutes, guys. Let's go.
And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance.
There was the clock. Okay.
That's $100 each month to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. You can pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even name brand drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services.
Morning, Smooth.
2 free cleanings a year.
Hey, Smooth, do you trade on Tick Trader?
Vision coverage, including vision exams, and a yearly sports eyewear such as lenses or contacts. Even
That's so fucked up, Quan.
includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. You'll even have a $0 copay for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. Plus your doctor, hospital,
Alright, we
and
get in about 10 seconds before
So call the number on
the
your screen
data.
to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Would you love benefits like $1,200 a year to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and
Order
So
fill.
if you have Medicare, speak with the licensed
Alright, it's all in. Good luck.
They can even help enroll you over the phone.
Target fill.
I think I passed 3 and blew 3. Let me see. Yeah, it worked. Admin, active. Let's go, baby. You see it? Hell yeah.
That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right? Welcome back to Squawk Box. Rick Santelli here, live at CME with inflation data, wholesale inflation data, breaking news for the month of June.
Alright, I'll be back when the market opens.
Unchanged would be the smallest inflationary wholesale increase since it was minus 1/10 in March of this year. Strip out food and energy, it remains zero, unchanged, zero. And that would once again, that would comp towards April when we were minus 2/10, which by the way was lowest inflation rate going all the way back to April of 2020. If we strip out food, energy, and trade, unchanged. That also would comp towards April of this year. Now let's take a bigger view, year over year. Year over year headline expected 2.5 comes in 0.2 light, 2.3%. That would be the lightest in the Wayback Machine going to September of last year. If we strip out food and energy, up 2.6, a tenth light, and that is 0.4 less than the rear view mirror, which was up 3%. That 2.6, well, we have to go back to July of last year, 1 year, and that was 2.6. Find a lower number, you're in April of 24. And finally, the year over year, ex food, ex energy, ex trade, 2.5%, 0.2 lighter than 2.7, 2.5, Wayback Machine, you're equally where we were in November of 23. To find a lower number, you're in February of 21. Now, that is all very good news. These numbers are less than expectations. They're sequentially less. However, if you look at revisions, that changes things. The revisions are coming through on a month-over-month data. So last month we had up 0.1 on month over month, all three metrics. The headline, ex-food and energy, and trade. Those have all moved higher. Up 0.3 on headline, 0.4 on core, and 0.1 ex-food, energy, and trade. So we could debate that there was a hump there, but no matter how you slice it, these numbers are better than expected, although the wholesale side isn't getting the same horsepower these types of numbers would have got on the consumer side. Yesterday, interest rates are moving around a bit to the downside, but hovering very close to where they were. We're at 447 and a 10. We're now at 446. 446 is down a couple of basis points. The pre-opening equities like the number as they make new Dow future highs. I want to point out something. There's a lot of talk, of course, about how interest rates have been moving higher, and indeed they have. Yesterday's close in a 2-year was roughly a 1-month high yield close, and a 10-year, 1.5-month high yield close, and a 30-year bond. This morning they hovered at a level that would have been a 2-month high yield close. But remember, we had the NASDAQ close at an all-time high yesterday. The S&P's only a few days behind. And the Dow, well, you have to go back to December to see the highest close, but we're not that far away. To me, this is old school. Equities going up, interest rates going up. That's kind of the way textbook economics taught us, isn't it? Becky, back to you.
Hey, Rick, we were just sitting here talking about what you would expect to see. If there was more inflation on the way, you would expect it to hit producer prices before it hit consumer prices, wouldn't you?
That would make sense. That would make sense. But I think the tariff pass-through issue makes things so complicated with how much was pulled forward, how much was pulled forward that didn't sell, how much was pulled forward that's going to distort everything downstream from here. So, yes, I think just on the surface what you say makes perfect sense. But I think nothing makes sense anymore when it comes to some of these trade issues. These are one-offs. They're very difficult to model. And as Mr. Cohn said this morning, and we've been discussing the same issue, you know, when a tariff move happens, it's a one-time thing. The way inflation is calculated, it's a month-over-month change. Comes, goes, and it's gone. It's the compounding nature of inflation that the data doesn't really capture.
But it just barely hotter yesterday, even though, you know, I saw in some publications they seized it as, you know, it's tariff inflation. And then cooler today, if it's just barely hotter yesterday and cooler today, is it a do we break even? It's not here yet then, the inflation.
You know, I guess the best way to answer all these questions, Joe, and Becky kind of touched on it, if there was no tariff issues at all, how much would these numbers demand the type of scrutiny we're giving it? I don't know. I think they would pass mustard and we wouldn't say, wow, what's going on under the surface here we're unaware of. I think maybe that occurred more in the beginning of the year and the end of last year. You know, we saw some spikes in inflation, and I'm not so sure they had anything to do with the administration.
Yeah, Rick,
but to
this
be
is what I'm
fair
talking about
everything,
rising inflation.
The inflation spikes.
Rising inflation signals hazards in Trump tariffs. Is that true or false?
Yeah, no, and to me, another way to look at this that's easy is pre-Liberation Day, we had the higher levels of inflation in January and February. You know, to me, if you want to isolate something, do it properly. To me, nothing jumps out at me that's pointing tariff, tariff, tariff. Now, it also makes sense that at some point, we are going to experience some type of pricing issues should all this go downstream. But as Mr. Cohn said, maybe the Fed ought to wait and see how the economy reacts. When prices go up, sometimes the economy slows. I think the Fed trying to anticipate and then using the unknown to try to calculate and calibrate monetary policy isn't the way I would do it.
All right, Rick, thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Joining us right now with more is Julia Coronado. She's a former Fed economist and the president and founder of Macro Policy Perspectives. And Julia, put this in context just in terms of the revisions for last month. What does that tell you? And do you have any idea what caused those revisions?
Yeah, well, we're going to have to comb through the detail to assess what that means. What I can say right now is that the inputs from the PPI that are relevant for the Fed's preferred gauge of core PCE inflation are a little firm. They're firmer than CPI yesterday. Already we were tracking 0.3 month on month for core PCE, and it looks like the inputs that we're seeing from the PPI keep it at a 0.3. So that's a little bit firmer than the CPI. It means that the year-on-year is going to tick higher. So I wouldn't say there's like a five-alarm fire on inflation, but we do see tariff pass-through on the goods side. And then what we're seeing on the services side is evidence of weak demand. In particular, travel prices have been a huge weak spot this year as demand falls from foreign visitors, as well as domestic travel is just weak. Consumers are just cautious. So that's an offset. So there's a lot going on under the hood. And what it levels out to is inflation that's still sticky above the Fed's target. And there's the reason for their caution.
Rick just made the point that, watching through all of this stuff can be pretty complicated right now because there's so much noise. There's so many, the pull forward from people trying to get around the tariffs, the questions about how much those tariffs are going to be. How do you dig through it? How do you come up with the best answer you possibly can?
Yeah, so we look at the last trade war in 2018 and how long it took to see the relevant prices affected by the tariffs. And our judgment from that episode and other research is that it takes several months. Rick touched on the inventory issue. That's certainly relevant, especially for apparel. Everything that's being sold for the summer was already in inventory before the tariffs were implemented. So retailers don't need to raise their prices until we get to, say, back to school, fall, Christmas shopping season. So there are some lags in this process. I think one of the reactions to yesterday's report was you can clearly see it in furniture, in toys, in sporting goods, in computers. You can see those prices surging when the normal run rate is a slight negative on those prices. So we see them popping. And that means that we're starting to see the pass-through. We expect the peak pass-through month to be August. So we'll get a little bit firmer July and then a little bit firmer August. And then, as Rick said, then it subsides. It's kind of a pass-through, and then that inflationary impulse doesn't keep repeating. But it's going to take several months to get any kind of clarity.
Julia, thank you. We appreciate your time today.
My pleasure.
Coming up, Target has missed the mark for investors, down almost 16% over the last 5 years, while the S&P has nearly doubled. CNBC.com's Melissa Repko takes a look at why the retailer is struggling to win over shoppers and Wall Street. Squawk Box will be right back.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 NextGen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life,
we got you.
Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Fighting nicotine cravings on your own can get tough. But with X Program, you can guess a little less and outsmart nicotine. Join a free program developed by experts
Love the kazoo.
that can increase your odds of quitting. Text X program to 88709.
And action.
Applebee's 2 for $25.
Zoom in.
Get 1 appetizer and 2 entrees like the new chicken Parmesan fettuccine.
Choose 1 appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for $25.
Sorry, were we in?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Joining us right now to talk about what's ahead for big box retailer Target amid plummeting sales and sluggish shares and sluggish sales. I can't say that.
Order
filled.
Order submit. Order filled.
That's hard. That's a good one.
CNBC.com reporter Melissa Repko is here. Her latest piece on CNBC.com is titled "Lost Their Identity: Why Target is Struggling to Win Over Shoppers and Investors." Melissa, welcome.
Thanks for having me. It's a really complicated time for Target because it's facing a whole host of challenges, and that really came through in my interviews with customers, former employees, and suppliers, that the company is not only facing things like backlash to its DEI
filled.
and stiffer competition from Walmart, but also it's facing a lot of challenges with a
Order
lot of
submitted.
the traits that it was once known for.
Order
so a lot of
submitted.
the customers and former employees talked about sloppier stores, employees that seemed distracted, and just not the same eye-catching merchandise that Target was once known for, kind of losing some of that cheap chic element, especially with higher prices now that they're seeing on shelves.
How many customers did you talk to? How many suppliers?
You know, I talked to a handful of each, and I tried to get a representative sample from across the country. And one of the things that really jumped out to me is they talked about Target as almost like an old friend that they missed that wasn't the same as it was before. So the things that they mentioned that were really common across the board and across the country were out of stocks, that they would go for national items like laundry detergent or shampoo, and they just wouldn't find them. And those are the kind of commodity items that they can easily get at Walmart or Target instead. I mean, sorry, Walmart or Amazon instead of Target.
And what do the numbers show, like definitive data on
Yes. So if you look at the most recent quarter from Target, both its traffic and its average ticket decline. But for the past 4 years, Target has had stagnating annual sales. So really since the pandemic, when it saw a huge surge in sales, 15 billion in sales increases, it has struggled to really keep that momentum going and has faced a whole host of issues, mostly supply chain related, as it's struggled to kind of keep up with a lot of its competitors. And I looked at market research data from Indigari that showed that a lot of those customers are going to Walmart instead. So the ones that leave Target are going to Walmart for their next 3 purchases. Those are people who might be going to Walmart because they're finding better prices, a better experience, or better online speeds.
How do you break down which of those factors is the most important? Is there data that kind of narrows in on that?
You know, it's complicated because it's really kind of been a whack-a-mole of issues for Target, and I think that's why it's been trying to get its arms around how to fix the problem, and that will be what the successor of Brian Cornell will face in the coming year.
What about the successor to Brian?
So that is the big question here, Joe, because 3 years ago, Target announced that Brian had gotten a 3-year contract extension. That contract should end this fall. So a lot of investors are also waiting, what is the new playbook for Target? What is their plan to get back from growth to back to growth? And most recently, they had announced a enterprise acceleration office back in May, and they are leading that with the chief operating officer, Michael Fidelki, who could be the successor to Brian.
So are there rumblings, murmurings? I mean, with the stock price.
The rumblings are really, will they go inside or outside with the candidate? And
So
I think that will be.
It's not going to be Brian?
Well, Brian's 66, and he got that 3-year contract
Oh,
extension.
he's still very young. He's still very young.
But he's widely expected to be winding down his time at
Extremely
Target.
young, youthful, a baby.
But Target is expecting a change, so I think there's a lot of anticipation of what that new plan will be to get that company back to growth.
Okay.
Order
Melissa,
filled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the latest on the race for AI dominance. Jessica Lesson of The Information joins us right after the break. We're coming right back.
Order filled.
America is built with perseverance, resilience, and determination. And you can put that strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Mutual Insured Bonds. BAM protects municipal bond investments that finance the backbone of our country. You'll invest with the confidence of an added layer of security and guaranteed income you can count on. Invest with strength. build a stronger tomorrow with BAM insured bonds.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
CBIZ. Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team
Order
of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
Investment opportunities.
Order submitted.
Where you turn. Do you
Order
charge forward?
filled.
Freeze in your tracks? Or let curiosity light the way? At T. Rowe Price, we ask smart questions about opportunities like advances in healthcare and how these innovations will create a healthier world tomorrow. Better questions, better outcomes.
At the Salvation Army, we know what comes after the aftermath. After the gale force winds retreat and the floodwaters recede. After the news coverage ends and the first responders head home. We know because we stay until the healing is complete. Give today to support relief efforts now and for years to come. With your gift, disaster doesn't mean defeat.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We want to talk AI, the race for dominance in space. Joining us right now is Jessica Lessin, founder and CEO of The Information. Good morning to you. We're all trying to figure out where all of these, there's sort of so many different cross currents going on in AI, but let's start with just the biggest, which is this sort of huge effort by both Meta and frankly so many other companies now to effectively called acqui-hire, hire people effectively buying companies without really buying them at these sort of astronomical rates and picking up engineers at these crazy numbers, and whether any of this ultimately is going to make sense.
Well, it's a big set of questions, Andrew. And what we're seeing is this race consolidating. It's been happening for years now, but these slew of startups that raised a ton of capital on the promise of building great AI businesses are now ending up in the hands of the big companies. We saw that with Windsurf's team going to Google most recently, but it's been happening for months. And I think the strong are getting stronger. When I sat down this week with Meta CEO and founder Mark Zuckerberg, it was clear that he feels they have the wind at their back in terms of the investments they can make, the recruiting that they're doing. And so I think it is a new phase of this race, and it has big implications, of course, for the investors in these startups and their employees.
Let me ask you a culture question, though, and this is something that Sam Altman has raised and I think about all the time. You know, when you start to pay people, $100 million at a shot, or whatever these numbers are, and maybe you can shed some more light on what those numbers really are. You know, what is the incentive for a lot of these folks not to put their feet up on the desk? Actually, I would say on Wall Street, for a very long time, there were efforts to pick people off at crazy numbers, and invariably those deals never really worked out because those folks took the money. They were very happy to take the money, but it changes the sort of incentive structure with which they work.
I guess they're winning the race for superintelligence is the answer. I mean, these researchers are motivated to crack open this research opportunity. I'm fascinated. They're actually coming over to companies in teams, which is one of the first time I've certainly seen, I guess, group recruiting in Silicon Valley. As Zuckerberg said to me, they want their team and they want access to the most compute, and that's about it. And that's how he's had success recently. And so I think we'll figure out how these massive comp packages, and when I asked Zuckerberg about these 100 million, 200 million comp packages, he brushed it aside. He said there were some inaccuracies. I believe broadly those numbers as packages are correct.
Order
And
submitted.
I think the question is, I mean, by all accounts, these researchers are very passionate. They believe there is a real moment here to do great work. But time will tell on your point, and also how other employees at these companies feel about their next door neighbor getting CEO plus like pay.
Right.
I think that's a big question
and
too.
the other piece of this, which I think about a lot, is how much of these quote-unquote acqui-hire, as in acquiring a company to hire a person, or in some cases not even buying the company, but just buying the person, this is sort of inverting the model in a way, is really an effort just to get around regulations. So instead of actually buying a company and merging them, because you'd actually have to go, through the FTC and maybe the DOJ and others, all of a sudden you say, well, I'm just hiring some people.
100%. 100%. That's absolutely what's happening. We saw this. I think Microsoft's acqui-hire of the leader of Inflection, Mustafa, was probably one of the first examples of this, but Google has done it with Character and Gnome. And I think regulators are looking at it. They've said they're looking at it. Now, it's not as straightforward, perhaps, as other deals, but I don't think it's happening without scrutiny. I think it's happening, though, because the investors and teams in these companies realize they're not going to be spending the $100 billion on the supercomputers to win the next phase of this war. And so I think for the first time, we might actually see businesses that have 100 million in revenue already, because you can get real revenue traction in AI today, but that sort of go belly up and end up sort of in pieces across Silicon Valley.
Jessica, what do you think the end game is
for
Meta? You've known Mark for a very long time. You've been friends with him. Your husband worked with him years and years ago. In terms of where they stack up relative to these other players that either have figured out how to monetize AI or not, given that at least currently it seems like Meta's planning to, if they stay the course, be an open source operation, and whether they can make money doing that.
So the most interesting thing about my interview to me this week was Mark is defining a territory of AI that he thinks others aren't going after. Google's not going after, OpenAI is not going after, and he calls it personal superintelligence. He says, yes, solving all these economic efficiency opportunities in society is great, and people will do that. I want to be focused on how the billions of people who use Meta's products are going to make their lives better. I pushed him on this because I think it's a nebulous case at this point, but he talked about glasses. He talked about the 5 things in his head after a conversation that he wants to follow up on but doesn't. What if that happened automatically? So he's trying to define some new product turf. I have questions about the business models in that product turf, the feasibility of the product turf, but I think it is different from the very productivity focus we've seen with others. And then compute. I really believe that perhaps we're focused too much on the money that's luring these researchers and not as much the access to GPUs that's luring them. And I think he thinks he has a great hand in that race as well. But this was one of the first times I had heard him speak so much about personal superintelligence, which, if you're keeping score, superintelligence has lately replaced AGI as the buzzword in AI. So I think we'll see, but it seems like he's sensing a real divergence opportunity on products as well.
Jessica, it's a longer conversation. Look forward to having it with you again. We'll be right back. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
New Skechers Aeroburst. Running shoes that push the laws of aerodynamics. It all starts with Skechers Hyperburst technology. Supercritical foam that gives Aeroburst unbelievable response and propulsion. Plus a carbon-infused H-plate that returns more energy. Skechers Aeroburst.
The average dog only lives to be 10. At the Farmer's Dog, we don't think that's long enough. That's why our food comes in personalized portions. Because a dog at a healthy weight can live a longer, happier life.
You did it. You took an idea on a napkin, built a successful business, and made it look easy. But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. The hard work, self-doubt, tough decisions. From all those extra hours to finally enjoying the rewards. Our wealth management team is always here to work with you and every generation to come, because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
I'm getting 5% cash back on the monthly category I choose when I pay with my PayPal debit card.
You gonna go? You can pay your own way.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way. I'm still in here.
More savings, more flexibility. The rewarding and trusted way to pay. PayPal.
Let's see what deliciousness you'll create today. Choose cookies and cream, birthday cake, strawberry, swirled or straight up, cherries, sprinkles, nerds, gummy bears. Try coffee, hot or iced, Colombian with sugar, dark roast with hazelnut creamer, Guatemalan, French vanilla, caramel macchiato, any way you want. Free onions, pickles, jalapenos, sauerkraut. It's stop on your way, stack on your toppings, savor it all selection, all in one place. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs all reported results earlier today. Let's bring in Stephanie Link, Hightower Advisors, Chief Investment Strategist and Portfolio Manager, and a CNBC contributor. I was on Fast Money last night, Steph, and I was talking about everything I talked about on Squawk Box. Now I'm going to talk about what I talked about on Fast Money last night. The BKX is up so much more than the S&P since Liberation Day that any stock movements, we probably can't really point necessarily to what was in the results. But with that caveat, who did great? Did anyone do badly?
The only one that was controversial, Joe, was Wells Fargo yesterday. And it was because they guided down on net interest income. And we've been waiting 7 years for the asset cap to be lifted at Wells Fargo. We finally got it, or they finally got it, and now they're going to focus on other parts of their business to grow. So like to gain market share in capital markets and investment banking, because that's really where the fee growth is. And if I can tell you the one theme for all of the banks so far, it's been fee growth.
Okay.
So I'm adding to Wells Fargo.
Great. Believe it or not, and we'll have you back and make it up to you, but we have to go. But thank you for that quick synopsis. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Faber has the morning off. Pre-market equities are encouraged by this soft PPI print this morning. Unchanged on headline and on core. Yields back off a bit after the long bond hits 503. That was the highest since late May. Our roadmap begins with a fresh round of bank earnings. B of A, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, and more. NVIDIA with some new record highs. Jensen Huang talking in China about doing more business there. And the president reportedly preparing an executive order to help open up 401ks to private markets. Let's begin, though, with day two of these bank earnings. As we said, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley with quarterly results mostly beats. B of A results come in mixed. Jim, the star of the show, maybe Goldman Equities, the best trading quarter in the history of Wall Street.
I was astonished by they could make this much money. And by the way, it's a prelude. What they're saying is that investment banking is going to get incredibly hot. IPOs really coming together. Look what they've done. They've cut expenses. They're making a lot more money, and I think it's just their time. It's what they're set up to do. Wealth management was fine. I like wealth management. That's why I go to Morgan Stanley for that. But I was just quite impressed that they are so bullish. See, that's something that I've not heard. I mean, everyone's circumspect, right? We've heard all this circumspect, and Jamie led the circumspect group. David Solomon led this is the let the good times roll. Yeah.
Well, he does say, Jim, that policy rarely develops in a straight line, and we remain very focused on risk management.
Well, because he did cut back on the PE exposure, and PE was too episodic, and so you used to say, "Wow, it's up and down, it's up and down." But what I guess what I'm really focusing on is that I think that what he's saying, look, the big beautiful bill is going to get a lot of people going. A lot of people really want to do deals. I think he would say that the regulatory environment is certainly getting better. It kind of reminded me of like before things got really all convoluted and you had to have all the different regulatory stuff. And Jamie yesterday, by the way, did do this great takeout on all the different regulations, and it was astonishing. That's because your question I took very seriously about what is he saying yesterday about regulations and how regulations have not changed. And there absolutely is there is a series of ratios that are very punitive. But I thought that Goldman is saying, look, we've got a lot of opportunity here to be able to make a lot of money in M&A and investment banking. And wow, those are big margin businesses, because when you go to M&A, I used to go to the M&A floor, and there was like 6 guys there, and they're each making $17 billion. And I'm like, wow, I wish I were on this floor. I got the floor that has 100 people, and they're making like $7 billion. So I just was very impressed. Now, we have some downward pressure on the group, and I get that.
Is that just a negative halo out of the Wells guy?
Yeah, well, I mean, Charlie really was trying to shift, Charlie Sharp.
Right.
Really trying to shift the business. And in order to shift the business, you have to grow. And he didn't want to do net interest income anymore. I wish he had. But he's trying to, he's got a lot of catch up to do, and he's going to do it. He wants to catch up in investment banking. He wants to catch up in M&A and in trading. So, like, he has to reposition the bank. I just think the banks fall because there's this overwhelming belief that the banks always open positive, and then they come down when the conference calls, when it just doesn't sound as bullish as they were hoping.
Well, I think to me, it's sort of a classic beginning of the quarter. The stocks run up hot in advance. Yeah. They back off a bit on the print. By the way, Citi, highest since 08.
Well, look, Citi was great. I mean, every single metric was great. You know what I think when I think about Citi? Their comparisons are so easy because they were so bad. And, so the worst is first. They just can't do anything wrong. And Wells Fargo suddenly can't do anything right, and that's ridiculous. Charlie Sharp is a great banker. Let me go back and forth with Charlie. I mean, back last night, I was saying that I'm sipping some cheap scotch from my dirty linoleum.
I saw that tweet. Yes,
it really was. I was back to Johnny Walker Red, which also can remove paint. It's really incredible. It's got dual things. Hey, by the way, they replaced the person.
We're going to talk about Diageo in a bit.
Maybe it won't be as good a paint thinner.
Right. Morgan Stanley, Jim, equities not up 36 like a Goldman, but 23 is not bad.
Yeah, I love it as a wealth management play, and I think Ted Pick's doing a remarkable job. Doesn't get a lot of, I don't know why he doesn't get a lot of praise for it. Oh, down 2. I mean, okay, really, like it's bad? Now, Morgan Stanley ran up very, very big, and I think that there are some lines in there that aren't as, when you compare it to Goldman, there are some lines in Goldman that are better.
Yeah.
But I like Morgan Stanley as a sticky fee business, and that sticky fee business is it's just it's like a machine. So it's a rigorous machine. So if you want to sell it down 2, go ahead. If you want to think that it's therefore down 2, maybe I ought to sell because it's going to go down 4. I see that. That's what happened with BlackRock yesterday.
Yes.
Be my guest. The banks came in too hot.
Yes, as they often
Order
do.
canceled.
As for B of A, Jim, we did get this small revenue miss, NII miss, but loans up 7, prior quarter up 4.
Oh, Bank of America is doing incredibly well. They're spending a lot of money on technology. They really cut their headcount. By the way, when you see the headcounts at Wells Fargo and you see it at Bank of America, you realize AI is there. And no one wants to say, you know what, I brought in AI and I'm saving, instead of 5 touches, there's only 2 touches. These places are all very different from like in a firm where there's like no touches, which is totally set up on machines. They're getting very mechanized. I'm going to use mechanized. I don't want to use digitized because it's mechanized. What they're trying to do is make it so that when you call Erica, any one of these, what happens is you get them and there's not people. You can use machines.
Of course.
And machines are more accurate. Yeah. Pretty soon, machines are going to reason, and then we're going to say, okay, well, why do we need that person? The answer is compliance. We'll need that for compliance. We need some humans for compliance at a certain level.
Right. Meantime, there's some comments about the macro from B of A. By the way, net charge-offs flat to last quarter, flat to Q2 24. This is what Brian Moynihan said about the consumer.
We continue to see a solid consumer. Spending data, you can see on our page 21 of the deck. Improving credit quality that Alistair talked about from already strong statistics. Plenty of household net worth growth in the market growth, and also the account balances, again, staying strong above where they were pre-pandemic.
They point out, I mean, so much balance sheet strength among the consumer, and that corporates, in their view, remain profitable. That's why you're not seeing big swings in behavior.
No, look, Bank of America is just a classic good story, but it's not up nearly as much as the others. It's got a PE of 12%. You keep searching and searching. What's the heck the matter? And you keep maybe come back to Warren Buffett still selling stock, and he doesn't sell. He doesn't sell in one. What he does is very annoying. He puts it, or whoever's handling it, saying it's out there every day. And you can't clean them up. And I think it's really been a terrible lid on the stock, and the stock will be much higher. However, I mean, he did great things for the bank, so it's not like the bank's going to say, well, Warren Buffett's killing the stock. Warren Buffett, some people feel he saved the bank, and he cares about taxes. But if you take a look at what's happening on a trading side, I think you find people just say, oh, God, he's back. And that's what happens when you're in a trading desk. Probably, they won't say his name because there's great confidentiality, but they'll say, the whale's back. Yeah. Whatever they want to call him, the porpoise. I don't know, what do you call it? The mind, the T-Rex is back. Yes. I mean, they make up names because they're really silly little. I was one of them.
To date, have financials set a tone for earnings season yet?
I think they've set a tone, and they're not going to want to say it because there's such internal worry that they will come in. It'll sound like that they're anti-Powell, which nobody wants to be. But the tenor is, with the exception of Jamie, things are really getting better. The regulators are listening. We got to change some of the rules, but we're able to do a lot more. And there's a sense that that a cloud is lifted. Now, we in the media tend to think that the cloud is heavy on tariffs. I have the good fortune of talking to all these people, and I'll ask about tariffs. They'll say, "Oh yeah, that could be a factor. I mean, it could be." They're not like. I mean, there's this new rap that's developing on Wall Street. Tariffs, maybe they're good. Tariffs, the trade deficit was good. Tariffs, yeah, so maybe the price of tomatoes is higher. Like, go to Costco, get better tomatoes. Well, Costco tomatoes are Mexican. Don't sweat the program when it comes to tariffs. This is a new narrative that the media has not bought into at all, because the media is looking at yesterday's CPI, and they're saying, whoa, that's not true. The tariffs are really at work. But the guys involved in this industry, they want very much to say, President Trump's doing a good job.
Well, sure, because saying the opposite can be punitive.
But they're saying it privately, too. They don't want to. There are other aspects of President Trump's presidency that I think they're afraid to be affiliated with. And I think these are social issues. I tend not to talk social issues, which is why when I go to a restaurant, I'm accosted because I'm regarded as being ridiculously pro-Trump because I like the fact that NVIDIA got to sell in China. No, I mean, like, that was a big non-Trump. Trump, a lot of people are feeling that Trump is changing, that Trump is more Besson. Now I'll go home and I'll get ridiculed. That's okay. I'm used to being ridiculed at home. Whatever home I'm at, I get ridiculed.
That's at your own house.
But I do know that the tenor is changing, and it's always like this. Look, I was against him, but there are like some things he's doing. But don't. But there are some like the regulatory. Don't please mention. Remember, we're off the record. That's the way every conversation is going with me. And I think people have to understand when it's off the record what they mean, because I think people aren't journalists. They're saying, listen, you can't use me. I didn't say it. Now, not for attribution means, hey, listen, I think that Broadcom's doing well, could break through to 283, and that doesn't. You don't know who I spoke to. But when I'm speaking to these execs, it's really rather amazing because, and they test you out. Yeah, I don't know. Have you noticed that? I mean, I don't know. Have you know? I mean, like, do you think? I mean, yeah, I see some change. Oh, okay, then you understand. This is the way a conversation goes. And people at home they have the right to know what the conversations are like. And the conversations are not like, what a crazy man he is. I mean, can you believe that?
That was more the tone in April, you could argue.
That was the tone in April. Now the tone is, well, I don't want to come out and say that he's great, but whoa.
We will talk to David Solomon this morning in the 11 a.m. about Goldman's
No one calls him
results.
solid. I just made that up.
Meantime,
David is, he should be crowing. The stock will be down because people, it's like, look, BlackRock was at 1,130 yesterday. And I was thinking, well, that's too high. Well, they took care of that. They took it down 90 from there. By the way, they don't think that anything's bad because they lost one account. There's money moved out, but they're replacing with higher, with higher fee business. Every one of these companies is saying that they did fabulously. Now, I deal with companies that say they don't. Like, well, I'm sorry we missed. This is a race. I hope you noticed that we're the best. Citi was the best, and that's because they were the worst. And after that, JP Morgan was the best, but Jamie did the most complaining, but also Jamie was kind of like Jefferson. President Jefferson.
In what sense?
Well, he's talking about, maybe he's like worried about the, separation of powers. He
manages risk.
Right.
That's
By the way, all these guys, no one said to me, Powell's a bum. Everyone said to me, Powell's great. They all really like Powell. Nobody likes him to be ridiculed.
We're going to talk more about the ongoing parlor game about the future of the Fed chief.
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at the pre-market, though, as we do get some strength from some of these results. We'll talk some crypto. Got a bunch of calls and price target increases on names like Disney, Amazon, NVIDIA, and Google. Stay with us.
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Won't you let me go?
Introducing the new Infiniti QX60. True luxury refuses to follow. It leads.
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Header of the game, I don't play that fact.
The unmistakable 2026 Infiniti QX60.
This is cancer. Relentless, unforgiving, taking one life every minute. But there's hope because research leads to breakthroughs. Breakthroughs that can help end cancer as we know it. That's why we need your support now more than ever. Every dollar you donate fuels research that brings us closer to a world without cancer. Don't wait. Please call, go online, or scan the code to donate today.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Never miss a moment.
We're running a very tight labor market right now. That means lower growth, but it also means the unemployment rate is less likely to spike up.
The substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. We're going to have economic growth in a non-inflationary manner.
Tax cuts help grow the economy. Extra borrowing harms the economy. In the short term, we'll see a boost in growth. Unfortunately, that will not be sustained.
When life calls for more, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grip, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50, assembled in America, and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Welcome to the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment.
You can't help but be awed by it all.
Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Rick Santelli here live at CMHQ with the rest of the breaking news of this Wednesday morning. Our June look at industrial production capacity utilization. Production up 0.3%. Triple expectations. We're looking for up 0.1. And in the rearview mirror, -0.2 now jumps up to unchanged. -0.3 is the second best number of the year, outside of February when we were up 1.04, excuse me. On utilization rates, also better than expected, 77.6. Following an upwardly revised 77.4, that's 77.5. That would be the best just since April, but it's solid. We're starting to see a definite utilization stabilization and industrial production numbers firming up. This is a good sign for manufacturing, and of course it follows this morning's PPI, cooler than expected on the current read, but definitely in the rearview mirror there was some upward revisions. Interest rates, well, we're hovering at 4.45, 4.46 in a 10-year. That's down a couple of basis points after yesterday's close, which was virtually at a 1.5-month high yield close. Squawk on the Street will return after a short break.
CBIZ. Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
With a Shield-level annuity from Bright House Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Bright House Financial. Build for what's ahead.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
We're teaming up with Samsung to give you unlimited premium wireless and the new Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI for $30 a month. Your friends will be green with envy, and those little green bubbles? Not an issue anymore. It actually is easy being green. The frog is a liar.
Every great performance starts with a great night's sleep. Thanks to new Natrol Sleep and Restore, which helps me be this me. Every great night's sleep starts with Natrol.
New Natrol Sleep and Restore for your ultimate restorative sleep.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
I hope to have a great future here. NVIDIA has been coming to China for 30 years. You know, as you know, China is the second largest technology market in the world. And it is also growing very quickly.
We got 9 minutes left. Just gonna wait and see. 3 minutes looks like it's gonna drop a little bit, but 15 minutes still got some more upside. But we're towards the overbought. I think we might dump later. That's just me. I need to make maybe $100 on TikTok to request my payout, but that's not updated yet.
Business in China, Jim. Interesting. One report said he told the reporters he would love to buy a Xiaomi car, for example.
Well, look, one of the things that I think that we all are trying to figure out is how could he, a pure globalist, and these globalists, Jensen once he goes, he went to a lot of countries that Joe Biden had put on a list.
We might pump that open and then
people forget.
dump later on today.
Biden was far more cloistered than Trump when it comes to this.
What up, buddy?
Trump goes to the Gulf states and he brings Jensen. So
Yeah,
Jensen
he's trying to make money and get this payout.
As well as an architect, as well as an engineer, as well as a genius. And he knows, look, he has to tell the story. And I think that
He just woke up.
there's a commonality, some commonalities that say no hope, no hot, no hope. And he's one of them.
The YOLO PPI?
The Chinese over the years. Has he helped your
It was fun. Spent 6 evals on bone knocks. Passed 6, failed 6.
We should be thinking more about
Cheap YOLO. Yeah, that's what I expected.
which happens very rarely. We should be there.
Oh.
And we can dominate, and they can write everything on us, or they
Yeah.
can write everything on us. Better that they write on us. Better that we be the reserve currency of tech in the world. And I think if you look at MP materials, and you see how that is going up, that's a sign that we're worried.
I'm 39.
Indonesia deal. That was about Grasberg. That's the largest copper mine in the world. We're worried.
It's
we don't have these assets that we should, because in many ways we ceded production to China. But we never ceded
Get in
production
there.
in the most important end of
We got 7 minutes. This morning just been trying tick trader, close to getting payouts. I just need like $60 to get a payout. Yeah. Blew my trader file last night, so I don't want to touch that anymore. Yeah, I fucked up bad. I fucked up so bad. I went 5 MNQ, but I got NQ instead, and it just dumped really quick. Yeah. Oh my god. Damn, that payout too? That sucks. Yeah, I hate that. I'm cursing traded funny. Yeah. It's weird, like some firms getting payouts are easy. Other firms you just can't do it. Like,
to the chagrin of some of it.
yeah, I gotta stop. See, every time I post about Tradify, I get like bad luck, so I'm gonna stop posting about it. But TPT has been good though. Me and Gambit's been getting like daily payouts for like 2 to 3 weeks now. Yeah, Gambit's been getting a lot of payouts. It's getting like $400 a day for like 3 weeks. Yeah. You see where it's at, right? Like towards overbought again, but not at it, so it can still go up more. Just gonna be hard. I'm trying to get this payout before I leave, so I hate being on pressure. No, I have to leave at 12. Pick them up, take them for the pizza buffet. Yeah. You want to send me money for pizza buffet for the kids? It's $12 each, so $25 we do. I'll take a picture for you. Don't be stingy. Well, we're not going to the cheap CC's Pizza. We're going to Mountains Mike. Really, it's expanding. It's a California buffet thing, but they just moved to Texas. It's not big though.
For your phone. With Verizon,
Yeah.
everyone gets a free
I'm not
phone.
paying for
when they
anybody else.
order now. Gemini.
More
Here's
people
another
cost
easy
money.
tip. Shh, let's keep this between us.
I don't want to get stuck in a position again, but I'm going to short at 80. If it pumps, yeah. I hit target on the day trader, so I just need 7 more days. I don't know, I'm just waiting on the post. Man, the dad say he's still in it. They need to stop posting his P&L.
When you partner with CW, amazing happens. Cloud transforms the way you work and learn. Security protects critical data and stays ahead of threats. AI finds new opportunities and more sustainable strategies.
I should not show it open.
Designs and builds custom services and solutions, so you get more out of your technology. Make amazing happen.
I haven't touched TPT Pro yet.
Your shipping manager left to find them.
I don't want to mess with it before my vacation, so I might not touch unless I see something good.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I mean, bot's still long, but that's like 3 in the morning.
On a staff to reduce cholesterol. I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking
We got
CoQ10.
2 minutes.
Qunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel this short.
And
just
years of
wait.
yesterdays. Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen,
Just the eval,
invest
sure.
like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen.
Oh, and yesterday?
Like the future is watching.
Nice. So, what's next? Just wait for them to give you a job? So, probably next week.
It's changing. I mean, it's changing, Porter. They said that, you know, they're not talking
Oh, nice. I mean, they don't pay you a lot. Just tell them to fuck off and make more trading. Tell them that. Oh, yeah. See, you can work your weekends. You know what I mean? Yeah, just tell them, hey, I want to work weekends. Because most students and people, they don't like to work weekends, so it's easier for you to get it.
Tell you that when they raise an outlook, it tends to stay.
Yeah. Because like my kid, he doesn't like to work weekend. He likes to go out. Yeah, kids are fucking lazy.
Go back to again, make sure people know. Yeah. So you have Eli Lilly makes most of the stuff.
This Friday, let me know.
So Novus and we're just gonna have to tariff Eli Lilly.
We're about to open. Let's go, baby. 4 seconds. Let's go. I always pump it open. Every time. I even dump it open, I'm gonna be fucking mad. No, I'm not long yet. I'm not long with short. I have a short on email 80. 58. Not a good zone.
Order filled.
My short hit.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Oh shit.
Order submitted. Order
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
Damn, this moving fast.
Order
Order filled.
There we go.
Order
There we
filled.
go. That short hit.
Order submitted.
Yeah, I didn't remember that. Damn. I hope you didn't go long. Fuck. I took my profit on my shorts. I'm just gonna wait. What a fake pump. Where are you long at? Oh, that's not bad. You should be good. Hopefully. You'll be good. Yeah, because 3 minutes has a downside. If it pump again, I'll short, because 3 minutes looks like it has a downside. Yeah, it's oscillator. Get out if you can, when you can.
Changing the rhetoric? I think that the rhetoric is such that it seems like there's no hope for a rate cut. There is I think, a very surprising
Oh damn, my putts is up
wage
10%.
wage stagnation.
On the whole for
But the
next week.
PPI
There you go. Wow, nice.
if they got gasoline really low, if they could get somehow get gasoline down, then I think the Fed would be under.
Gas, oil, West Texas got close to 70 earlier a few days ago, coming back a bit. But Jim, core services curling up again. Core goods definitely curling up.
No, look,
Yeah, you did 5?
Look, if you're going to put a big tariff on steel, and then you go to Best Buy to buy a wash machine or dryer, you're going to pay. You go to buy food.
Let me know.
Fruit,
I'm gonna go long on the pro with you.
Order submitted.
I'll put 31 and go long. Trying to quick in and out if it hits.
For the season, I'm not buying jerseys.
Yeah.
There are issues. And
Well, looks looks like short supply, but pumps more.
But when I see apparel up big, I laugh. Because, come on, just go to TJX. I know I saw a story that says that they haven't been able to have enough people checking things. But they seem to be biased to full price. What are they going to do? Nordstrom and check underwear? I mean, come on. If you're a little more creative, TJX has been a real bear for stock.
I got a short real quick.
Order canceled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Submitted.
On my pro, baby. Let's go. Short at 50. Oh man, hope it dumps.
Those prices are high.
Shit.
Why isn't that included? I mean, Amazon's got everything.
Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
Yeah, they must $6. Yeah, I think I'm gonna short every pump now.
I'm not sure how you read them politically, but that's their lead today.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it is starting because when you FedEx knows
Yeah,
what to do, but when you
I don't
get
think
to
I
the
want a
border
long.
with 40 trucks from Walmart bringing stuff from Mexico, then say, hey,
Yeah.
go ahead. There's not enough enforcement. If they want to do enforcement, then I think it would do more.
See? Oh my gosh.
I just
Should have kept my
as
short.
concerned as others right now, given the fact that what I'm seeing is not that bad.
Yeah, that oscillator, dude. It's spot on. We might lose more, but 15 minutes. 15 minutes trying to curve down. If that curve down, both of them go down, it's gonna be bad. Maybe we're long at 23,000.
When you get off the desk with people, they like to circle. The bankers like circle. They think that it's really the first real stable point that you can trust.
I think it was red. It's negative 0.12%. That's down my puts.
They sell on Palantir and they have to commit.
I want a long, but I'm scared.
They should just go to buy, but that's just where they've been. I mean, it's like they don't say me a culpa, but he says, "Wow, the momentum is great. This is really terrific." Well, I was looking for
23.
and I completely misjudged.
Maybe I'm long with you.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order
Order filled.
Where the president was, they probably saw
Too risky right now.
amazing work at that. And so you kind of got the place of where people are, and farm is still in a circle. And I think that's might be good for the defense market. Yeah. Good for us when it comes.
Yo, yeah, nice. Oh wow, you went long, right? Nice.
Well, no, I mean, kind of its personality. I got the book apart, and I got to put. He may buy this scrabble guy, whatever. He's a big shooter. He's a Second Amendment guy through and through. Yes. That Second Amendment, when I was in law school, it wasn't about guns.
Use what?
Yeah. So I mean, grab a gun. I don't know. My family is not anti-gun. So
I don't. Damn, I should have kept that long.
The AI dark horse. Kind of interesting how that story's evolved over time.
I think that Soccer Cats told an amazing story.
Yeah, that was 25. I only did 5 points.
And then it was just off the races because they committed a huge amount of money, and it's really sensational. But the amount of money that goes to these data centers is just incredible, and a lot of it again is Jensen because these machines run very hot, and you need these gigantic plants. I just got to
pumps are really short.
marvel of construction. somebody raised numbers Emerson today. That's just data center. Yeah, we had the Eaton deal. That's just data center. There are a lot of companies that are truly they're just capitalizing off it. The orders are
Let me
incredible.
check the 15 minutes.
Today, Apollo has a chart towards the
3
top.
minutes more
Their
downside.
is that
15
the
minutes still got
AI bubble, as
upside.
he calls it, is now bigger than the
Yeah,
bubble
no.
of tech names in the late 90s.
Bubble. Yeah, bubble. Yeah, come on, man. Like,
What, do you begrudge a wall of worry? Don't you want the Bulls to have that decline?
no, that's true.
Oh,
I want someone
wow,
to be
that
wrong.
drop.
It's really important. I like very much the race.
You went short?
To see who is going to be number one. Right now, I said last time on the show, these people
I'll
all
go
know
back
who
to
are
47. I
That's
might
the
go
reason
short
why
again.
Tim Cook should buy Perplexity, because if he buys Perplexity and he has his people, then it's over. What's going to happen is they're going to be Google and everyone else is Bing. I mean, all these guys are going to be Bing if Apple makes a move. But if Apple doesn't make a move, there's going to be many winners.
I think it's the first time I've heard you say that Apple needs to buy something or else.
Yes, because all they do is buy stuff.
Yeah, really hard to tell.
What has that done? The buy stuff thing since in the last year has done nothing.
I mean, over 20 years, their biggest deal is $3
Yeah,
billion.
it looks like a short is the play today if it moves up more. I'm waiting for like 45 or 50 to short.
Say something.
Yeah.
He knows about it's biggest supporter, I think, in the media. But I think Apple, if you look at the stock, it's not been that great. I think Apple opens at 260 the day that if they buy Perplexity. Opens at 260. Because then they'll own it. And then everyone else will be saying, what am I doing with this? What am I doing with this Claude? I mean, Claude 4. What am I doing with that? Apple just got Apple. Now everyone's just on Apple, like asking things. I mean, right now, right? Look, it says nothing to me. Richemont.
I was going to mention Q2 sales
Order fills. How do you like that? So somebody.
I need $80 more for this other tick to get my 1
It would
point.
be amazing if Tim Cook, if Apple decided to make game set match, because all these other guys, it's all like big market share. You don't know who's going to have it. And here's what it's like: you get together with somebody, they'll say, "What do you use?" They say, "Well, I'm a Claude." Have you tried out, Jim? No one's winning it.
There's a look at some luxury.
Orders submitted.
Jim, the journal with a piece about
Order
Yeah.
filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
shoppers online. It's been a decent hold for, say, Michael Burry over
Oh, come on, hold on.
time.
I just think that the thing that's online that's destroying companies is the power.
Order
Order filled.
It's chassis versus
Woohoo,
product.
$15.
Chassis versus it's
Order
one of
submitted.
these that I'm very proud of J&J on was that they saw
Filled.
it coming, so they got rid of all those other things, and now you suddenly see what's happening. The stock's up 7, the stock's breaking out, and they don't have to worry about
That's a good
liquidity.
short.
Some of these products is like you get them, and it's like buy one get one.
This shit. I got $60 to go, and I can get my point. Morning FX. I don't see if bot's gonna go short anytime soon. Nope, not yet.
Here, Jimmy might mention Elliott. A couple stories. In HPE, the other story about, well, in HPE's case, it's about coordinating and cooperating with Elliott.
Yeah, these are both things that underperformers that I have to tell you, I had been very critical of HPA. I shouldn't be anymore. They're doing everything right, and they're Antonio Neary is a gentleman, and he's really getting a lot of things done. He gets enough credit. I like that.
This shit was ours.
Global Payments, I don't know. That's been a company that was such a great performer for so long.
Couple names in travel today, Jim. One is CCL. Citi swaps out CCL for RCL on their top picks.
Number 1.
See, this is where we were last night. These levels. Holy crap.
We were trying to figure out Evidence Lab versus not Evidence Lab. Evidence Lab
Yeah.
is pretty good. The Disney price tag is very, very high. Because they think linear's not going to be so bad. Disney Plus, they think is going to be extraordinary.
And I was going long last night at, I think, 86. 22,886. But yeah, short's the play.
Pull from number 1 just so they could make some farmers number 1. Even Viking, which did not have a good quarter, Like he had a big quarter.
By the way, big component in the soft
Yeah.
API travel accommodation down 4.
Look, I think that there are a lot of people who feel that the day when you can raise rates endlessly is over, and that's why I'm going to cruise because they did. But you know, nobody stopped that.
Is that Morgan Stanley? Because they did have a bunch of notes on wall for us.
And I just thought that it was great to have a bell ring since it's the first price target I've seen. Now, we're not going to be part of Comcast soon, which, you know, I'm not happy
Bot still
about.
hasn't gone
because I
short
wanted to
yet.
play for Comcast.
3 minutes still looks more down.
I just thought this
Just let it pump and I'll be short.
That's it, like me.
By the way, you saw the Emmy nominations. HBO Max leads total count, but Apple Severance 27, the studio most for a freshman comedy series.
I think that Severance was amazing. For Prime Day, my daughter doesn't watch them, okay?
Yeah.
I bought her, because I haven't been given to her yet. I bought her all of the Helly raincoat, everything Helly. And I did that because of Helly R. Not because of Helly Hansen. Helly Hansen is just some brand, but Helly R was my just,
Do you know which individual holds the record for the most nominations? Lorne Michaels, who added another 6 to make it 118, as SNL adds the most noms for any season so far.
I want people to know something at home. Of the people in show business that I've met in my life, he is the nicest. So he's also the most talented. And like Neil DeRocher, when he was alive when I was growing up, nice guys finished last. Nice guys finished first. Like I remember I told him my wife's name once. And I don't know, like how's Lisa?
Don't come. No. Don't come. Just give it time. I need to pump more so I can short. Looks like the short on the 3 minutes might come soon. So if we go on to 23,000, I think the bot's gonna short. For now, I'm just gonna wait.
They lost one account and got killed. It is going to be very additive for people who are it's a component that you might want for your 401k if you're retiring.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roll.
I think that this is a great addition. I think there are people who say enough already. They got the great tax break and now President's Forum. I think that you want your 401k to have this opportunity because the returns are so stellar. And BlackRock.
I'm gonna lose 23,000.
Because BlackRock is going to be in.
And that bot went short. Let me check it out. Are you long, Gambit? Yeah, bot just went short.
And maybe the question is whether you need tort reform so you don't get
Now it's got to see a good entry to join the bot. I ain't gonna fade the bot this time. I need a pump more.
Order cancel.
Is he up to that yet?
Yeah, I don't want to short down here. That's the only thing.
Can't do frivolous lawsuits or deem certain lawsuits frivolous. That could be very, very powerful. I think
Pumping. Get pumping. I'm gonna short at 30 with just one.
This could be the beginning.
Oh, you follow the bot? Don't join the bot right away. Just wait.
Which the president believes, but it's not done.
Oh. What? Yeah. Try to get like 5 to 10 points. Just get out. This things keep going up and down. Yeah. 15 minutes. See, that's what I don't like. The 15 minutes still has an upside. So I might pump a little bit more and dump again. For sure, 3 minutes is bad.
All you can do is say, everyone in the world knows I'm stupid because I play with an open hand. And my staff and people around me were saying, Jim, don't be so hard on yourself. And I said, oh, okay, you want to know what a hack is? A hack says,
Order cancel.
Goes out, I'm going to be right. That's called hack.
Order
You
submitted.
know what I mean? That's like, put that guy on pump. I just can't stand
Unless I
the
need
people
a
who think that it doesn't
trade.
matter that you own BlackRock.
Gotta pass this eval.
That
I'm
shows
running out
that
of time.
you made a mistake. It doesn't matter. You made a mistake. And if I was on one of those fast money shows, I would say, listen, I'm troubled because I thought I was better.
You have a show called Mad Money. It's like a,
You know,
as you're talking,
Manoli and Florida, nice Florida.
as you're talking, we are monitoring the calls for both
Order
Morgan Stanley
submitted.
and Goldman. Let's get to
Tesla?
Leslie Picker on
Yeah,
that. Hey,
it's
Leslie.
2%.
Yeah, that call just wrapping up a lot of analyst attention on how Morgan Stanley plans to use its excess capital against this deregulatory backdrop. CEO Ted Pick said deploying more capital toward investment banking is at the top of the list, along with wealth management, noting that this is a quote process that has begun and continues to intensify. Pick said he's
Oh,
also
why short?
looking
Why
at
short
inorganic
at? Whoa.
opportunities, but the quote is, but he says the
Come on,
quote
give me a little more pump so I
bar
can
is super
short.
high. Morgan Stanley has a pretty strong record of deal making and integration, having done E-Trade and
Okay, I'm just gonna
Order
join.
filled.
That was a
Order
bad,
submitted.
bad spot. That's 18. Yeah, but I'm in short.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Fucking trust is boss. Short at 20, at 30, at 23.
Ted Pick also spoke about this trend of big banks lending
Different
less to
account.
commercial oriented
Taking some fun.
and whether Easter capital requirements might cause that pendulum to
Order submitted.
We have to see how the regulatory environment plays out, but I think we sort of sense
Order
that
canceled.
filled. You know, the 15-year dam is breaking, and that reform is in the offing. I do think that
Order canceled.
There we go. Whew.
as an
Fucking.
industry at the top, the big
I'm gonna
banks,
try to re-short again,
you know,
maybe
the
at
six of
30.
us,
Order
that
submitted.
part was a function of you know, regulatory
Get
limitations.
this Apex payout.
And that regulatory limitation may well be normalized.
There you go. Too bad I got out.
comes on the heels of JP Morgan CEO Jamie
Damn, that was nice.
Dimon's comments yesterday.
Did you join, Gambit? Nice.
Look, I think that, like I said, Goldman Stanley. This is just these were excellent. Morgan Stanley's wealth management.
Trust the bot.
You let the stock come in, and then you buy. This is what's happening. You're getting bargains.
Hey, you made money, so who cares?
There are a lot of traders in the stocks. They're very high. Goldman was upset.
Oh, I hate that.
But I'm working the rest of the day on Wells Fargo to see whether it really is a bot, because I think it may be. This is, look, I'm getting a chance. No one ever seems to think, oh, geez, they all seem in it. It's terrible. No, they're just looking at the stock. They're not looking at the company.
Well said, Jim, as we're off the opening highs.
Going long?
Leslie's going to talk to Dubai
I ain't
Morgan
touching
and
no
later
long.
in the day. We've got David Solomon here at the 11 a.m. hour.
Trust the bot. Look at that shit. Yeah, do not fade the bot. Listen to Gil. Dang, that bot is eating now. Woo, that's nasty. I hope you didn't go long. Okay.
Williams today and Bates book at 2. Don't go anywhere.
I was just shorting all this pump, and there you go. Now I don't know what to do.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Founded a home building company 15 years
Okay, this is a spot I was longing last night. So do I long or I don't long? I'm gonna try a quick long. I'm long at 77. Don't fuck me, please don't fuck me. Fading the bot. Oh fuck. Come on, just get me out. Get me out. And I'm out.
I've been driving my truck all my life. That's what I like, because it's like free. You can go with you want, do what you want. In 2013, a bear ran across the front of my truck.
Get my $50 on this Apex? No, I need $8 more.
Instead of hitting him,
Let me side
I
it
got a
down.
good settlement for it and everything, and Dad helped me. To go out
Man,
and
I wish we
clear
kept our short,
gold and
dude.
silver. When I got the settlement, I just stuck it in the bank, and that's when
Oh
I got
no,
the
Chris!
brochure.
Don't tell me Chris blew his
Like
tick
20
tape.
years ago, and that's when I decided I can make more money with this. And I
Yeah, you see the chat? He just blew his straight to funny he won from me.
And I had 20 gold paper and money. I just
Why? Because it's my insurance policy. So my family will have it, Kay will have it. I won't have to worry about money. It was the best thing I ever did. I tell you.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's worth a lot more than paper is that you got in your wallet. It's nice holding it in your hand, but I'll tell you, it's real nice.
Tell you, man, this bot is good. Get your payouts. Trying to farm real quick. Make a couple more dollars. Shit, that's a bad one. I'm long at 75.
Never seen before facts you should know about
I'm about to get out.
silver, and platinum purchases.
There we go. Oh my god, I hit $49. I just need one more dollar, hit my $50 a day to flip.
Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You can also receive a copy of our new report, Protection in the Risk Zone.
Yeah, we kept our short, we'd be rich.
America's Gold Authority, U.S. Money Reserve. With more than 2 decades in business,
I don't want a short now.
in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable.
Let's see, 3 minutes, still got downside. 15 minutes, it's just nowhere. No, I can't tell. I'll let it pump and I'll just re-short.
Take a look at Goldman now in the red. We've been talking with Jim about the price action in the wake of the earnings. We are going to talk to David Solomon this morning on Money Movers at 11 a.m. Eastern Time here at the New York Stock Exchange as we continue to chop through.
Up a lot.
Come in, make a great score, let it come in. Don't be a hero. It's not their day today.
Meanwhile, S&P up about a point. Dow's up 76. Don't go anywhere.
You know, you need another evals or you don't touch those funding once you get your gold. Just give me 30 again and I'll short. It's coming towards the bottom now, so a little bit more, but we're close to the bottom. Not yet though. I'm trying to get another quick flow on that.
Submitted.
Oh, come on, don't pump.
Confidence and efficiency. Protect what matters most.
Damn.
When the business you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches. You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Yeah.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street.
Very nasty candle. Holy shit.
Available through US listed ETF. Introducing SSK, the Rex Free Soul plus staking ETF. It's a lot of exposure with staking rewards built in. Convenient, cost effective, secure. It's a lot of staked on your back. Simple ETF. SSK from Rex Osprey. Not suitable for all investors. Investors should carefully review the fund's prospectus for objectives, risk, charges, and expenses.
I think I hit my target. Yep, $52.
Distributed by Foresight Fund Services.
Whoa, whoa, why did we short? Oh shit. Oh, now I'm back under. Oh my god. You know when you close out, it stupid. Stupid trader rate. It took profit and it reversed the position and then all the profit's gone, so I need $1 now.
To the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment. You can't help but be awed by it all. Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN.
65.
Order submitted.
Festivities to Major League ballparks. ESPN Experiences takes you
Oh
behind
shit, let me
the
put some
scenes
puts.
and inside the action. Next up,
Yep,
the Travelers Championship.
take me
Your
$25.
all-access pass starts here.
Get the kids to go eat. There we go. Another Fed speaking in 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Let's get the Jim stuff here. The stock is down the most today is Lam Research, and that's because it's an analog to ASML. But ASML is really hobbled. They are like in misery. James Conn in misery. Okay, These guys are not. And Lam is the best. They do a fantastic job. By the end of the day, you'll flush out the sellers who don't know that they're different situations, and you probably pick up some Lam. Tim Archer's an amazing person, an amazing guy, the CEO, and there's no better.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Ben Reitzes Emilius in a bit about some of this stuff, the restrictions.
Order cancel, order filled, order submitted.
Good piece of
Let me
it.
get my
Pay
dollar
attention to
in.
what Ben's talking about when it comes
Order
to
There we go.
X.
I'm not touching that now.
Because that is
I need 4 more hundred. I might touch it later.
bench stuff has been the best there is. That was his father's. What can I say? Like father, like son.
Chip off the old block, too. We'll see you tonight. Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Dow's up 83. Don't go away.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Service now connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
Order
filled.
Every corner. Every corner, Nick. So, KHR, okay, focus on the people, not process. Actually, in IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work with the big stuff. AI
Order
filled.
Cool. Got $20 in that account.
So we all work better together.
I don't know what to do.
Excuse me. Order submitted.
I'm gonna pass these evals.
Plant-based healthy blood pressure support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Order canceled.
Is this your dream
Order
of retirement?
submitted.
How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee. It's a
Order
goal.
submitted.
It's easy when markets are going up.
Order filled.
But what about when they're not?
Order
That's why
submitted.
you need this. Call for
Order
Fisher's
filled.
Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and
Order
downs
filled.
and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured
Order
so we do
submitted.
better when our
Order
clients
filled. Order
call
submitted.
Retirement Survival Kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is
Order
on track.
filled.
Your portfolio is $1 million.
Order filled.
Call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning trades. Our new book can show you how. I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, on measurable.
Order
I'm
filled.
being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have
Order
many.
submitted.
All options for me. I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete.
Order
because
submitted.
There's nothing else out there like.
Just behind the dip now. I don't know why. I'm just fading the bot.
Order filled.
Order filled.
No, it's not good.
Free Skechers slip-ins are magic. They turn me into relaxed Andy. Relax. Here. There's no bending down, no touching your shit.
Order
filled. Give me some of that flavor, Marvel.
Order submitted.
Skechers slip-ins. All right, let me tell you about that fish. Too much.
Yeah, I've been longing. You just got out.
Don't just waste this life. Set the goal.
Order submitted.
Another vision. Another vision. Another vision. So that's being ambitious. This is what this is all about. Which are America's top states for business?
Were you
Get
deep?
all the data and complete state-by-state analysis. See how your
Whoa,
state
on a
measures
25K?
up America's top states for business.
Okay.
Now on topstates.cnbc.com.
I need to finish my 50K eval.
Wednesday morning, welcome to Squawk on the Street.
I don't know if any hurry up.
David Faber has the
This
morning.
taking way too long.
Order
submitted.
From the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are kicking
Order
off the
submitted.
There we go.
green mostly. We've lost a little bit of the morning gain, so the S&P unchanged. NASDAQ
I'm
comes off a
flat.
record high,
I'll
but
take
again,
some
just a
profit.
mini sell-off here. What's working today? Real estate, healthcare, financials are having a good day on earnings. Utilities and consumer staples. So a little bit more of a defensive feel to today's rally. Technology is giving back some of the gains. Of course, chips have been very much in the lead, which we'll talk about
Okay,
lately. Take a look
15
at
minutes
Treasuries
is
right
starting
now.
to curve
Reaction to
down.
PPI, wholesale inflation.
It might get worse.
Lower.
Yeah, I can't.
Order canceled.
We saw firming yields yesterday.
Still want to
on
buy the
CPI.
dip, but
Two-year
gotta
yield
wait
just
for
below
lower.
4% today. Not just Nvidia. Resuming China sales could give a big boost to AMD as well. We've got some new details. Plus, what a cooler than expected inflation report means for the Fed. Mohamed El-Arian joins us live with his first take on the morning data. We are 30 minutes here into the trading session. Here are three big movers we're watching on the earnings front. Johnson & Johnson, top gainer,
Maybe
beating
getting
expectations,
shorted.
raising guidance, while ASML is falling in the opposite direction after the CEO there said he, quote, cannot confirm the chip company will grow in 2026. Shares of payments processor Global Payments in the green after a report activist investor Elliott Management has built a, quote, sizable stake in the name. Shares are more than 60% off
Good day to scalp.
all-time highs. And then keep an eye on the automakers today. Shares of French automaker Renault slumped double digits after that company lowered guidance and appointed a
Going
new
back down.
interim
Yeah, the market's
CEO.
weak
Down
today.
18% right now. But Carl, I think the story of the moment in the markets
It
is
was
that
good. I heard it said it was good PPI.
Trump trade war is working out a lot better, I would say, than originally thought. I mean, remember in April, after Liberation Day, and the markets plunged, and there was so much concern about what this would do to growth, these higher reciprocal rates, what it would do to inflation. Guess what? First of all, those rates haven't panned out. And while we have seen higher tariff rates across the board, what hasn't panned out either is a big surge of inflation, weakness in the economy, or
Orders submitted.
in the financial markets. Besides the fact that the S&P has rebounded 30% from those lows, tariff revenue has come streaming in. And that's a sign that President Trump is winning his trade war. We are adding to the coffers of U.S. Treasury. Here's what we saw. I mean, look at just in June. We saw $26.6 billion come in the month of June. Of course, someone's paying for the tariffs, but it's not the American consumer, which is what everybody was worried about. Yes, there are parts of it where we're seeing it filter through. We saw that in CPI, but overwhelmingly, it's not leading to a spike up in inflation. Look at CPI, and now we got PPI as well, which was dead flat for the month. This is the wholesale inflation number. And what you can see is that since the beginning of the year, we saw that big drop down from the high levels in 2022. And then since the beginning of this year, and really in the last 4 months since the tariffs have been implemented, well, it hasn't been much.
When you say implemented, I mean, the deadline's August 1st.
Or more, but we've already had
Inflation's gone from 2.3 in April to 2.5 in May, 2.7 in June. JP Morgan last night says we're still working off inventory that's essentially tariff light.
Okay, looks like the 3 minutes.
We'll have had enough of the margin compression.
Oh no, it's still got a little more downside. It hasn't curved up yet.
The final of the first quarter.
Oh, sure, it might still come. You might.
I think the bottom might be in. I'm not sure.
What could be happening is that, look, I mean, as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told us, a lot of the Chinese, producers,
Well, now
suppliers
back
could
to
be trying to
60.
steal
I'm
market
not
share.
wrong
They could be
again.
eating some of the tariffs. And the tariffs could be more equally distributed across the supply chain. They're just all being passed on to the U.S. consumer. And no doubt there are more tariffs coming, and there could be more fallout coming. I'm just saying so far, it hasn't been the kind of inflationary concern or economic concern that was manifest. And by the way, we have seen higher effective tariff rates. As of early July, JP Morgan was at 14% effective tariff rate. That's a big jump. And I don't think you would have expected to see the market rally, considering that. Inflation, and yes, a little bit of inflation in goods, but services prices are finally cooling off. Housing shelter prices are finally cooling off. That's happening at a time, so it's keeping the overall inflation rate.
Yeah, you're doing good not trading after hours. You know that.
The market is somewhat numb to some of these.
Yeah, like people get cocky, like you win like a couple days after hours, and it just takes one day you blow everything.
Worst underperformance yesterday since the beginning of April. Russell 2K.
It happened to you too. You were doing so well, but then it took one day and you blew all your Apex shit.
We rely on in this AI build out that is unstoppable no matter who.
100%. Nasdaq's at a record high.
Oh, with the Traderify?
A percent or two away from a record high. So let's see. I think that higher
Oh, you haven't gotten a payout on Traderify yet, have you? Same with me.
That could be a risk, but
It's a good firm. I love the firm. It's bad luck.
the retaliation from around the world. Besides China and a little bit Canada, they didn't get the retaliation. That was another big fear when it comes to tariffs.
But now I don't know why. Like Apex, their shit is hard to get a payout, but I still like Apex. Yeah. And getting.
It still could come, but so far,
And that's where I got most of my payments.
a lot of the sectoral tariffs,
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
right.
of the other tariffs. Look, they're making trade deals with
countries
Order
like
filled.
Indonesia, Vietnam,
Order
they're
filled.
Order filled.
Order
Oh
filled.
shit, everything went wrong on mine. Holy shit.
Order
Did
submitted.
not mean to do that.
as part of the deal. And I'm just saying that is
Oh
not
my
leading
God.
to market weakness in a way that you might have expected.
That is for sure. That is for sure.
Order
Order filled.
Acceleration has been remarkable, but for a bunch of other reasons too. It's not just about better
Holy
feelings about
crap.
things.
No, I mean it's happening at a time where AI is booming.
Order
And you're
submitted.
just you're not seeing the overall weakness. We just went through bank earnings season, and the consensus on the economy is it's
Yeah, I don't see why it's dipping, but
you know why?
it's no
There's
news with
volatility
lots
because of the
short.
tariffs is leading to a lot more trading revenue for big banks.
That's part of it. I mean, the macro.
I got
the
over
consumer's
like
in
80
amazing-
points
it's a-
already.
the consumer's in amazing
They're good on the
shape,
long and they're
and,
good on the
and
short.
remain so.
We're just
We'll see
fading the
to what
bot
degree
right
that
now.
changes, especially at the
Should
low
just
end.
short.
So good. That's all. I'm not saying this is definitive endpoint, but so far a lot better than expected, and I think that explains a lot of the market strength.
As we're back to the flat line, let's get to Nvidia. Speaking of
Come
all
on,
this,
pump it back up, baby.
around an all-time
You're
high.
not dropping
They got
anymore.
clearance to resume those chip sales to China. Jensen Huang talking in Beijing overnight about doing business there.
Order
There
submitted.
we go.
NVIDIA's been coming to China for 30
Order
years.
Order filled. Order filled.
Second largest technology market in the world.
Yeah, I got
And,
help.
it is also
Order
very
filled.
And so this is a very important market. There's a lot of very
Order
dynamic
submitted.
and innovative customers. If you want to be a good company,
Good shot. Good job, dude. Hell yeah.
good company, you have to have excellent
Later, buddy.
customers as well as excellent products.
See you next
And
week.
So inside in China, we have very challenging and very dynamic and very innovative customers, and we want to be able to serve them. And so I will
He's
continue to do that.
gone.
Our next guest says this is
Come
not
on,
just
keep
good news for
pumping.
NVIDIA, but for AMD as
Got a
well.
couple more I need to get out.
Helios Research, head of technology research, joins us here at Post
Order
What a
filled.
remarkable
Are you short?
week, and it's amazing to watch him sort of.
I'm out. I only got
this
one
needle
position now.
between American interests and definitely selling.
I need $40 more for this fucking payout. Come on, baby.
You see what you get with one of the world's best CEOs of all time, maybe
For
the
what?
best. And
Order
the intangibles you get, how he threaded this needle, how he went and did the right thing for the company, the world, and his shareholders all in one. It's really.
Dang, I got out too early. Oh, almost got the payout. Oh well, I drop this shit so I can read long. And fuck the bot.
I've never seen a guy work so hard, just at this consistent pace, and it's really amazing to see, and it's a privilege to know.
This is for a man born in Taiwan.
I'm along at 61, baby. Let's go.
There's a nice report this morning where he told some reporters in Beijing that he would love to buy a car from Xiaomi.
Maybe not.
I mean, it's just a different tone, but it's he's managing to ride both waves. at the
Why do we
same
keep
time.
shorting instead of not short? Why do we keep long instead of short?
Like Jim Cramer's talked about it, but it really is true, and I think he has a way of rubbing off people, and you're seeing it.
There's a lot
This has
a
been
lot of
an
people blowing
amazing
up today, though.
diplomatic, effort by NVIDIA, and it's paying
Let me
off.
know you when you want to short. I need a bigger pump. Yeah, I need a bigger pump to short. I know fish is long.
They do need to continue to get approval for chips as we go throughout the Trump
Yeah, we had a
presidency.
good long too. I was long at 60 earlier. Fuck. Look at that shit. Wow.
Which is all positive. But are there valid security concerns for why these were banned in the first place that will eventually come back and bite us?
Well, look, nobody knows better than Jensen. He says there's not a defense concern that it's not going to go into
Wait, or
effect.
should we short?
I think when you look at the chips that are approved prior to the
Let me see.
20 is
Well, 3 minutes is near the bottom already. Near the bottom, not yet. But 15 minutes have downside, so maybe it's a balancing pretty short.
So it really means like they're going to use it in the digital
I do
twins,
want to
in
short
certain
just for fun.
industrial use cases.
Let me just
So,
try one
of
on
course,
this
there could be
big
nefarious
account.
efforts which
Let me short this
are
one.
bound to happen in some way. Maybe, but
95.
it's not
Hit
like they're
95, so I
pouring
can be
out
short.
the best
There we go.
stuff, and they are trying to make the use cases at least.
I think I
really
hit
targeted,
my point.
and
Yeah,
they're doing the
I
best
think I
they
hit.
can.
I got
And
it.
by the way, though,
Got my
what's the
second
alternative?
point,
You
I
got
think.
Huawei stack, and everybody learns whatever software Huawei uses and the architecture and starts to design around it. Then they go to Europe and start selling that to our allies. That becomes
I'm
a
gonna check that
national
chart,
security
see how I
concern
get this
if
point.
the Chinese state entity is selling to everybody in the world. We cannot let that happen because if China's running the AI of Europe, and the Middle East. What does that say about the United States?
went long?
So I think the administration should be applauded for thinking, like, hey, let's not give them too much, but not too
No, I
little,
need
because we can't
$500.
afford for them to export that technology to our allies.
Does AMD get to ride this this dynamic as well?
Yeah, well, the AMD situation is a little different, right? Like, because what's happening, like out, even outside of China, is inferencing is so big. The use of AI and the reasoning models, and then and so big. Our thesis on AMD
Whoa.
is, I mean, how could they? Lisa Su's real. She's great. She's very compelling. Nothing against Jensen, but how do they not get like 5% share of the market? Not even 10. If they get 5%.
Dude, you know what happened yesterday, right? So I said 5 MNQ. I thought it was MNQ to go long, right? I went to go pee. I heard the order hit. Came back. I was down almost 1600. Then I knew I fucked up. That's all. NQ. It was just too late to cut it because $300 buffer is nothing.
Interested. So our thesis there now, China for them is it could be like at 20% plus to their
that
AI
piss cost me a lot of.
but they don't have, they just have one the old chip they were
canceled.
We need to hear about more chips to get more confident, but it's great for AMD. Don't get me wrong.
Order submitted.
Jensen made some comments last week about how AI would displace labor. Does it jive with your general thesis? Because his take is that, as he put it, you're not going to lose your job to AI. You'll lose your job to someone who uses AI.
Well, I think that I wrote a piece today about OpEx at the tech leaders who are the ones adopting AI, just really going down. And I actually think
There we go. Now I got it. This is guarantee my points.
The thing that's in right now is keeping OpEx.
No, I shorted earlier. I just needed a couple more dollars.
We think that it's just beginning. AI agents are going to explode that. And as a public company, any public company outside of tech, you're going to go, I got to do that because that guy's stock is going up. And we think it's just getting started. Agents are just going to be able to do this. And what it's going to do is it's going to reduce your software seats. So seat-based models are threatened, and outcome-based models
And
are
now I gotta
rewarded.
work on this
And
other
what that
tick
means
ticks on
is,
get my
like,
freaking
infrastructure
payout.
software could do better, but it really just means
I
keep
pumped
buying
more into
NVIDIA
that
guys.
short.
They're going to power the AI models.
Let me
You
lock
know
this one
they're gonna
out.
win.
Lock out all
Maybe
day.
keep buying the clouds who are going to host
Go
all
to
and
next
deploy it.
account.
But the SaaS guys, it's going to be tough because
RM
those
and
seats,
Q.
I mean, at a very least, don't grow ever again. You heard it.
Okay, so NVIDIA, beneficiary. AMD, you think is beneficiary.
Yeah.
Who else? Whether it's the China stuff or the sort of new
Well, I mean,
advances you're talking
Broadcom
about.
has a great portfolio of infrastructure software, and of course, they're leading and doing great. We just put out
Yeah,
a
that was
piece
a good
raising our
short.
targets again on Microsoft and Oracle, and you're like, oh, that's great news, Ben. Well, I mean, obviously we've been saying it for a long time, but their revenues are accelerating while all the SaaS guys are decelerating. This is not that hard. You know, I was there when hardware stocks went to 8 times earnings because the cloud ate their lunch.
It sucks, man. I'm about to get payout, and the back end stats hasn't updated yet.
Andreessen software eating the world, AI is eating software. So, we're 2.5
Usually
years
it's
into this.
daily, but
agents haven't
something's
really
wrong
started,
today.
so
The stats not updating
There's going to be
since
outsized
last night.
benefits, and the numbers can get really big. They get really big, and I know you think it's big now.
Just wait.
Just wait.
You've been able to see around some big corners, Ben.
I want to go
lucky to
long
have you.
later.
Thanks.
Damn it. Fucking
Thank you.
up and
Here's
down
a
shit.
rundown for you for the rest of the hour. It is day 2 of the big bank earnings. We're going to break down the numbers out of Goldman Sachs, Morgan
Order
Stanley, and
canceled.
Bank
I
of
know,
America.
right?
The president
I'm gonna
says he
put
has
a
secured
long
the
at
votes needed to
Order
fix his key
submitted.
vote on the crypto bill today after a handful of Republicans did derail briefly that
Order
legislation
submitted.
yesterday.
And Mamdani's primary win, sparking a wealth panic in New York, with Florida brokers seeing a spike in inquiries and businesses threatening to leave. We'll discuss the fallout. Big show still ahead. Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back.
So you corporate types are rock stars. Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types. Workday AI agents are making you all rock stars. Sorry, happy. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our
Come
people
on, drop some
and
more
AI
seconds
agents.
long.
I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, Gambit, before the end of the month, if the promo ends, grab like 2 more TPT just to reserve the discount. You know what I mean? So you gotta have all month in August just to trade in case you blow, because it's a good discount.
Order filled.
I went wrong.
Order filled.
There we go, baby.
Order submitted.
Is it possible for you to make every part in the United States? We can move everything U.S., but if every Ford is $50,000, you know, we're not going to win as a company. Where are you on Tesla?
Humanoid robots. Elon has been talking about that market being bigger ultimately than the robotaxi market.
They're telling Facebook people that
We're not in a commercial break.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you.
Gotta go pee. I've been up long. I'm gonna go pee.
Two for 25. Get one appetizer and two entrees like the new chicken parmesan fettuccine.
Choose one appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for 25.
Sorry, were we in that shot?
Let's see what deliciousness you'll create today. Choose cookies and cream, birthday cake, strawberry, swirled or straight up, cherry, sprinkles, nerds, gummy bears. Try coffee, hot or iced, Colombian with sugar, dark roast with hazelnut creamer, Guatemalan, French vanilla, caramel macchiato, any way you want. Free onions, pickles, jalapenos, sauerkraut. Get stuck on your way, stack on your topping. Savor it all selection, all in one place. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
No, what a pump. You fucker.
Smoking straight from some of the big banks today, namely B of A, Goldman, and Morgan Stanley. Some strong spots. B of A's chairman and CEO points to a resilient consumer
Were you long?
who does continue to spend. Goldman's top and bottom line being driven by some big gains in the businesses that advises on
See,
acquisitions
15 minutes.
as well as equity trading. And then Morgan Stanley
Yeah,
CEO
3 minutes looks like it's curving. It's trying to curve up, so long might be good later.
Joining us now to discuss is RBC Capital Markets analyst Gerard Cassidy. Gerard, I mean,
Gotta wait
pretty
now.
clean read in terms of what it means on the economy, what the investment banking and trading outlook
Amy,
look like.
yeah,
What stands
profit.
out to you about this season so far?
Yeah, log out. Work another one.
In all of those areas, particularly as Carl pointed out, the resiliency of the credit quality of the consumer. I think that's really jumps out to people.
Good shit, man.
A number of people were concerned earlier in the year about that resiliency, and it's now showing up. Also, we started to see finally a pickup.
Yeah, looks like the short is done.
As evidenced by the results from Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley.
I don't know if I should long yet.
It was in the second half of the second quarter. April and May were tougher periods in the quarter, but it really came on.
Yeah, I mean, I need $40 more. Like, just trying to find a good setup and not get fucked.
So who's the standout for you? I mean, yesterday it was Citi in terms of the price action.
What?
Today, Goldman, I guess, wins if you look at some of the equity trading and investment banking advisory fees compared to some of its
I shouldn't
competitors.
touch my TPT Pro.
No, you're right.
anymore.
Yesterday,
$22 payout. Yeah, $20 in one and $2 in another one. Still want to fuck with it when I'm going on vacation.
But they did very well. Today, when you look at the actual numbers, Goldman's numbers are very strong, particularly in the equity trading.
Yeah, I'm gonna get login only on TPT on my TraderBait app. Just trade and use. No, I can't bring any of those. Just have my phone. But I have TradingView on my phone. It's hard. I mean, if the bot goes long, I'm just gonna go long and just go.
Up 7 versus a prior up 4.
I think I'm gonna go long.
Starting to pick up. We're seeing that
I want to go long. Maybe not.
But we did see that in the
It's just so hard to tell. It's like the 3 minutes, it's just flatlining, which means the dump is almost over, but I don't know if it's gonna pump or just resting to just go back down.
policies from this administration in the second half of the year, and there's less uncertainty.
For sure, we hit 60 again. I'll go long.
On the commercial side as well as the consumer side.
So as far as the
valuations, what do you think is factored in terms of deregulation from here? Because now those regulators are just starting to get in their seats. We see Michelle Bowman as vice chair at the Fed. We have new regulators across the board. When do you think that it materializes and actually makes a difference for bank results?
Yep. I just couldn't tell. Wasn't 100% sure that they want to go in. Oh.
Evidence now that the regulatory approach will be less onerous. We saw that with the notice of proposed rulemaking of changing the supplementary leverage ratio. There is, of course, the stress test results that came out about 2 to 3 weeks ago, which were all very positive. We expect that the Basel III endgame final capital rules,
That's what I'm afraid of.
will be less onerous than that original proposal. So there is evidence it is moving in that direction. That's only going to get better in our view, which will be the ability for these banks now to give back more excess capital.
So is it already factored in? Is it discounted in the stock?
That's a good question. Certainly some of it is. You have to believe some of that is definitely factored in. Not all of it, because we really don't know what the Basel III endgame will do, but certainly a portion of it is factored in, and that's something investors have to take in consideration when you look at the valuations today.
Finally, Gerard, a number of comments from all of the calls this week about either bolt-on acquisitions or just a broadening of the possibility when it comes to, although they're all very careful to say not an acquisition at any cost. It's got to be strategic.
That's the expensive one too. He was doing good. He was on day 3 of his point, so we just needed 7 more days of our time.
These high valuations, it gives you the ability to look for inorganic growth.
Big time. It sucks because you get 5 green days, but 1 red day can blow everything out. That's the only bad thing about trading.
Acquisitions by these large investment banks,
and it's hard just to stop out. Like, we just want to keep bag holding.
Thank you very much for summing up all the big takeaways from the
But
bank results.
I listened to you last night. I actually cut my tick last night when I had 2 NQ instead of 2 MNQ. I actually cut it for -200, 300, but I got it. I made it all back later.
IPOs, that was a big story for Goldman.
I couldn't cut it on Tradify. It was just too late.
Was able to gain support from lawmakers on this key crypto proposal and
Learn to cut,
after yesterday's weakness. What investors should know and what comes next after this. Also, Mohammed El-Arian.
I think it's gonna take off without us. Yeah, 3 minutes curving back up now.
So don't go anywhere.
So 15 minutes still got long side. I'm just gonna long. Not yet. I'm gonna wait. I'm standing out. Yeah, I'm long. And I'm out. Oh, it's quick. I know. It got 5 points quick. Tick, you need the 100K, you need $500 a day to get 1 point. 10 points get a payout.
From Morgan Stanley. With powerful, easy-to-use tools, Power each
Yeah, I'm still on YouTube. I don't cut it out to like after 11 o'clock or after the giveaway.
So you won't miss an opportunity. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Did you know that your life insurance policy?
Oh yeah. I told you that. Fuck that drop.
I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years,
and then I went long and it dumped. What the fuck?
Just like you.
That's at 98. Yeah, I got me. I just need $40 more on this. No, this is the tick. Apex, I need 7 more days. I just got to pay out. Yeah. Posted. Oh, he did. Just blew the account. I won. Wait, no. Oh, that's not blowing.
Fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it.
I don't know. It looks like he had 600 profit unless he the trailing drawdown got him.
Wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for core.
Yeah.
More shows on the go.
Or they're canceled. Or they're submitted.
Wherever you get your podcast.
What happened now? You think it was fake or was it real? You think those profits was real or fake? Cause you know he's sneaky. Remember I know the Discord a while back. Oh, I made $8,000. I made $9,000. It's like you're crying about surgery for your dog that cost $3,000, but you made like $8,000 in one day. That was still funny to me.
Last night at the White House, Trump tweeted out that the members are now on board and the House is preparing to move forward today.
Oh, dang.
So here's what we're going to see.
If I got kicked out of Tradify too, if you blow the line. No, I got out. $25 more.
Regulations on stablecoins. That's the Genius Act we've been talking about. The other is a bill called Clarity. Now that's a market structure
Yeah.
bill.
Oh, you didn't see me? I was on stream. A YOLO 6 eval. Passed 6, fell 6.
And then you've got a final bill that would ban the creation of a central bank digital currency, a CBDC. Now,
Right, who else did that too? Jarman was flexing his futures gain back in his Discord a long time ago. Remember? Oh, I made 10,000 in one day. What the fuck is paper trading this whole time? Piece of shit. Got people like FOMOing in, blowing their accounts. And then I checked his Discord. It was like a few months ago, and they were there advertising his TPT code. Yeah. And what's his name? But Booster keep paying for it. It's like, dude, stop paying this garbage.
Both of those bills, though, they're not done with the House.
Yeah, his option was, he got lucky during COVID. That's when he started that shit. Was during COVID. Everything went up. He just long. He got lucky on Tesla. Yeah, 'cause everybody was just making money. That's why the scammers started too. Jarvin, who else? Roger, Kim K.
Whether all three can get done or if it will just be stablecoin, but it sounds like
Yeah,
the
no.
pressure is certainly on these lawmakers to be able to move this, especially market structure, because guys, that's the one that a lot of these
Yeah, what after bag? I told you he was a
that's the one
scammer.
that's really going to have a major impact, but of course it is the harder one to get done, guys.
He got deported.
Where's the Republican opposition coming from? I know one of the big
Hmm.
critics was
Probably
Marjorie
took a lot of
Taylor
money, took
Greene, and
off.
the congresswoman wasn't happy that the Genius Act didn't have, I guess, a ban
Oh,
on
it did.
central bank digital currencies, even though
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He wasn't a good trade. He was asking me and someone else for help, like the basic help. Damn, this long.
basically the
Fuck, I should have helped.
was that if they move the stablecoin
But no,
bill
he
and
wasn't a
allow
good
that to
trader,
get
dude. He was
from
bad.
Trump would say, hey, I gotta win. The crypto community would say, hey, I gotta win, and the pressure would be off to get that ban on that central bank digital currency done.
It
The
is.
House Freedom Caucus
Same thing
members,
with
some of the
Roger.
hardline
And then Roger trying to fake
the pressure on. They were concerned that a central bank
get
digital
cells.
currency could lead to potential surveillance of Americans' financial
So they call out Roger too, right? By his paper trading, and he said, "Okay, go on this option right here. I'm gonna buy 50 of this contract. You'll see it." And then nothing happened, and he exited the screen.
They could wind up getting that ban in place and getting
That's too
it done.
funny.
And now the members say that
Damn, look at that pump. Fuck. Again, everything was towards COVID time.
Rescissions and how that's worked out in the Senate with the bans time
Yeah.
break. This notion from Senator Hawley
Now should I short?
some Medicaid cuts that he supported a
I
couple
think the
weeks back.
bottom might be in.
I love the multiple choice car. I'm going to focus on the rescission package because we could actually see the Senate pass that
I'll
one
go
today
30 again. I'm
or
gonna short
tomorrow.
at
That
30.
one, again, as you mentioned, key
Hopefully.
vote last night that was taken to advance on the bill. You did see 3 Republican senators and, of course, all Democrats vote against that. But there were a couple breakthroughs that came yesterday. There was a lot of concern for these was going to be cut for a program that's meant to stop and prevent AIDS. Yesterday, after lunch with OMB Director Russ Hoyt, Republicans came to an agreement to leave that funding in place, take that out of the rescissions package. That seems to have unlocked some votes, but expect more amendments
3 minutes upside, 15 minutes is flatlining, so
keep a very close eye
it's
on
gonna be
what's going to
chopped,
happen with
so I
funding
can't
for
tell it's
local
gonna be
radio
short or
stations.
not.
That's another area that has a number of lawmakers concerned. And of course, once the Senate's done with this bill, it's going to have to go back to the House, and they have to get it done before Friday,
Crazy
because Friday
market.
is that 45-day deadline. And for those rescissions packages, if they're not done by then they're not done at all.
That's what some public broadcasters are counting on. Emily. Thank
Yeah,
you.
my alarm would have been great if I kept that.
Let's get a news update with Silvana now. Hey, Silvana.
What?
Deportations to a third country, sending 5 immigrant detainees to the small African nation of Swatini, formerly known as Swaziland. Now, the administration says all have criminal backgrounds ranging from murder to sexual assault. Swatini says it is holding the deportees.
I don't know how that's going to help though. Because you keep borrowing money and you're not paying back, it's going to add up. Because the interest rate is high.
To the U.S. after being wrongfully deported to El Salvador, will be deported today in Tennessee. A judge will decide
maybe.
whether to reverse a ruling that allowed Kiman Abrego Garcia to be released on
Like
bail.
people say Trump's a good businessman, but he's not. He filed for bankruptcy 4 times. He just know how to cheat the system, the American system. Yeah, rich white folks just know how to scam people. Yeah, his dad has money. Gave him money to start shit, and then he blew all his money away, filed for bankruptcy, redo it again. Yeah, what's that stupid guy, that Fire Festival guy? Stole like so much money, only got like a couple years of jail. Came out, he's gonna do the same shit again. People are stupid, I'll still buy it. Yeah.
Consumer staples doing better, but
Those financial crime, you don't get as much junk.
consumer discretionary communication services, all great. Also, NASDAQ has just ticked over into positive territory. It's at a record high. Alliance's Mohamed Al-Arian joins us with his market take.
By
We've
his
got
dad.
new data to talk about in just a few minutes.
Wait, Biden or his son?
Fitness tracker Whoop. Why the company could be in hot water with the FDA.
Okay.
Got some new details.
Yeah. That crypto shit.
CNBC Crypto World is sponsored by Crypto.com, trusted by 150 million users globally.
And now we're just chopping. It's gonna be boring. Yeah. Can't stop to get $40 more.
Smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity. What's now and what's next?
And when I come back next week, I gotta hurry up this TPP and just YOLO this shit because I ain't got that much time. Yeah, I got 2 more weeks left. I have to hurry up and pass before they charge a renewal fee. Because I had it for a while. I haven't touched it much.
Just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee.
No, I touched some, so 50K, I'm at 51,500. On the 150K, yeah, I have to try to pass. I'm over 5 days. I just gotta pass it in 2 weeks before the renewal date. No, you have 30 days to pass. But the fastest you can pass is 5 days. Yeah, you don't have. It's not 5 days to pass. It's the earliest you can pass is 5 days. Same thing with trade day. You have the earliest you can get the funded is 7 days. They want you to take your time so you can't milk them, so other people can blow first. Oh, now it's dropping. I don't want to long. Market is whack. Something's up. You see the movement? Let me see the 3 minutes. Yeah, that's not looking good.
The place to find a place.
It's just
market, maybe? Standing still tacos. Well, golly gee. They whispered secrets made of cheese that disappeared in a cloud of beans. Paso, the old El Paso.
She's
No.
definitely taking advantage of the Grubhub beautiful Amazon.
Man, ads, I think y'all doing bad. A lot of people in a slump. That's how I was last month. This month's actually really good for me.
Terms and additional fees apply.
Oh, May was actually pretty good for me. Not my funded features. Man, it's been a while. Finally got it.
We turned it around.
Man, that's a big deal. Flashing. Can't tell from this market. I'm kind of short at 25 maybe.
Welcome back. PPI, wholesale inflation showing no change in June. Economists expected a slight
think
increase
that's all my
combined with
puts.
yesterday's CPI release, and the data suggests tariffs indicating only a marginal bite on the U.S. economy, or at
Early
least on
flight
inflation.
tomorrow.
Allianz chief economic advisor Mohammed Al-Arian joins us now. I mean, there's more evidence, Mohammed, that it's not that the tariffs are not leading to inflation. We had a pretty robust debate about whether that would happen. What do you think is going on
So
beneath
it's
the
a
surface here?
$22 profit.
So I think the best way to characterize it is the discussion you and Carl had at the top of the hour.
And it still has upside, so it should get spotted dip again.
Fourth quarter of this game, so far,
They would go down to 96.
picked up because of tariffs in a material way. That's the good news, but we can't declare the game over yet. That's why there's hesitation to say the old.
It's hard today. Now it's kind of hard to trade. Yeah.
And we don't know yet what happens when inventories are totally run down.
Yeah. Trend ads suck. Kept going against the trend.
We don't know yet. But what we do know is that for the last few months, it
My
hasn't
mom might
really
get some.
materialized in a way that the Fed was worried that it would. So what are they waiting for?
I'm gonna lower it down.
So what
Maybe
they're waiting for
93.
are two things. One is that clearer evidence of weakening in the labor market. And the second thing is I think they are hesitant to move given the amount of political pressure. I think they should be cutting this month, but I don't expect them to cut this month.
Cutting with unemployment at 4.1, Mohammed?
Yes, because what we're seeing is we have stabilized in terms of inflation.
On
And
what?
we can live with a stable inflation rate of 2.5% to 3%, and that's where the various components are going to settle.
Yeah, it's fake live. It wouldn't matter. It just sends live. But you get a better percentage. Yeah, you have to. You can't say no.
So we have a good demand-driven.
Blow it? No. If you blow it too many times, you get put in TPT jail. So you won't be able to trade with them for a little bit. Yeah. If you blow a lot of pros, I think there's a limit how many pros you can burn per month. And then they stop letting you buy anymore for like 30 days or 60 days. Yeah, I don't know if it's 10 or not. Maybe it's 10 or more. But yeah, there's a limit, so you can't just keep blowing it. But the live you get is 90-10, I believe, so you get a good cut.
It's a matter of a few years until they combine to have an even bigger productivity effect.
Yeah.
So we
It's
certainly
fake
have
live
the
anyway.
potential of significant productivity increase. And it's
No.
something that we haven't had for quite a while. It doesn't mean it's automatic.
No, not
because there's
really.
a few other things that need to happen, but the potential, Carl, is as bright as I can remember it.
So what are the implications of that?
So the implication of that is the speed limit
Too
to the
early to
economy
be
is going
done.
to go up.
Come on.
And as long as we don't disrupt it, and the threats are three. One is the bond market, whether the bond market can digest the amount of issuance that's in the pipeline.
Ooh.
Two is where the tariff issue.
Should I buy?
What
Okay,
does the tariff
I'm buying it
issue
at 94.
and how much retaliation
Oh.
have we gotten in there? And third is Fed policy.
I
We
know.
don't want the Fed to be too tight for too long, because that would be an issue for the economy.
Hang on, keep going back up.
So the
What the fuck you
10-year with
doing?
all of that now is at 4.43. We've basically been in this range.
Every
That's
time I
not a
long,
lot.
it dumps.
Do you think the next big move is higher or lower?
Yeah, 95.
The next big
I'll get out
move will be
23,000
higher
if
rather
we
than
hit
lower.
again.
I think right now we're benefiting from significant technicals, from flows going in, trying to lock
Yeah.
in income. But if you look at the underlying conditions, a 10-year would be more between 4.5 and 5, and a 30-year would be above 5%.
Even if the Fed's cutting.
Let me go long at 90. Give me better,
This curve is going
better
to
room.
steepen because of the fiscally driven side of the economy.
Come on.
Right. So when people talk about pain thresholds in Japan at 3.2 on the long JGB or 5 and change here, is if we cross it, are we waiting for a result?
So we're very different. Japan, the problem with Japan is that the move is such as it could push certain Japanese institutional investors that are having a lot of mark-to-market losses right now to dispose of other assets. That's why we care about Japan, is we do not want to see...
I need to learn to hold longer, man. If we hit 310, I would have hit target and I would have done.
So we don't want this accelerated. The U.S. doesn't have that problem.
Yeah.
So the Japan issue is much more sensitive, Carl, than the U.S. is.
I mean, I mentioned at the top the $26.6 billion that is coming into U.S. government coffers as a result of tariffs as the big surprise that that's happening while we're not seeing inflation. Is it possible that that could continue to a point where it could actually lower interest rates because it's bond bullish that we are bringing in so much money? It helps offset the debt problem at a time that it's not sparking inflation. I mean, that would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
3 minutes still looks like
It would
upside.
be, but there's no free lunch. So the reason why you have seen both limited inflation pass-through and revenue collection is that many companies either are not confident or do not want to test
Order
the
canceled.
elasticity of their demand. They don't know how much pricing power they have right now.
Just go long.
So you don't want to increase
Order
prices
submitted.
if you don't know where
93 if we
the
hit.
tariffs are going to end up. So the first round, if you like, is you take it
Order
from
filled.
There we go.
and you hope you have enough
Exit at
inventory.
3.
Order submitted.
But at a
Order
certain point,
filled.
if tariffs settle where they are or higher, you're going to have to make a decision as to
Order
whether you want to
submitted.
test your pricing power or not. And that's why quite a few economists are saying we still, in the third or early fourth quarter, we need to see how it's going to work out.
Bot's been short
Decisions get tougher.
at least 2 hours ago at 23:012.
Pretty interesting time. 50 days till football season. Come back soon. When we come back, one of the most popular fitness wearable brands is facing off with the FDA. We'll get the story after this quick break. Plus, are wealthy New Yorkers really leaving the city? If Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani
it's about
wins
to
as
dip
mayor,
now.
Robert Frank will join us with some numbers in a minute.
Pre-order now at Samsung.com.
Light. It guides our every waking moment. What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we need can change in an instant. And when it does, you can control it. Find the light for your life. Visit 3dayblinds.com to get started.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with
Ooh,
a
I gotta go
spreadsheet.
pee. Hope it doesn't long.
Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Premium beef natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added.
it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can, but our mission is just to help them do that.
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks even better. I'm so happy with it.
Through security so fast. Your travel itinerary is so well written. Best sellers. You have access to actually exist. That's why you rank the national, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle. Because travel is the competition. Except that it is.
CEO Scott Kirby, GE Aerospace CEO Larry Culp, quarterly results, insight and analysis. Word to Wall Street. Squawk Buck. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Breaking earnings news.
Yeah, that's very choppy, dude.
Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
The FDA sent
Yeah.
wearable company Whoop a warning letter on Tuesday, alleging the company's marketing its new blood pressure.
Usually I do really well pre-market, but there was nothing pre-market.
Apple have been teasing for years now with the watch. Our Brandon Gobin is watching that story. Morning, Brandon.
Carl, yeah, the
It's New York. You've been doing really good lately.
that launched in May.
You and been doing like crazy good.
Defends the BPI feature, saying it uses blood pressure
Yeah.
information to simply offer performance and wellness insights, similar to how more consumers.
Movies I'd spend a lot though on eval.
Those features protected by the 21st Century Cures Act, which passed.
Getting paid with a one payout because you know how you run it up and without the consistency thing it messed up, so got a big $10,000 buffer, so you just gotta keep flipping until it's time to pay out. That's what Google's doing.
Now, that's a key distinction that would reclassify the wellness tracker as a medical device, and the FDA is concerned about misdiagnosis. Whoop would need to go through FDA clinical trials and testing to certify the device's accuracy.
Yeah, I told Mugo get the 150, not the 25 or 50, because certain people they like to go heavy. Yeah, I told him. That's what I told Mugo. It's like get the 150, man.
Doesn't understand the broader wellness insights.
I mean, it's 200 something, but if you blow the resets only $100, so you have a good chance of passing it.
Like Garmin and Amazon's Aura Ring could try something similar in the future too, Carl.
Oh.
Is this a matter of the technology
Oh
evolving
yeah,
and
this pump
getting
is
better
going
over
now.
time?
Yeah, that's part of it, right?
I'm gonna try one short at 25 if we
It
hit.
hasn't actually been tested in terms of the accuracy or how this applies to a wellness perspective, right? And so that's what the FDA is saying, is that the research is not there. They're trying to crack down and say, look, you need to have an FDA-approved device the similar way you went through sort of looking for heart murmurs or things like that in terms of the Whoop features. And so Whoop is really the first to market with this wrist wearable that would be able to track this type of blood pressure measurement.
So why don't they just regulate it? I mean, if it's going to happen with Apple Watches and all of these other wearable devices.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing bad today.
And that's what
is that a big onerous process?
And so that's what Whoop is saying right now, is that the FDA is in fact overstepping because they don't
Oh yeah.
see this as a wellness feature. But what
What went long? QQQ went long? Oh no, QQ went short.
in order to track
I don't
performance and wellness. Again,
I don't keep up with the stock bot much. I don't know if it's good or not.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. Still to come, some of New York's wealthy are threatening to leave the city following Mamdani's primary win. We'll discuss the fallout. Plus, next hour on Money Movers, don't miss our exclusive with Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon. One of the stock stories of the day, breaking down
I'm
his
short at
latest quarter.
25. Come on, go down a little bit more.
Order filled.
After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover. Nothing covers gaps better than
Order filled.
Order filled. Find an agent, get a quote. You do look like
You're a finance guy, right? How do I work less and get to Paris
I
more?
know. Too late for us now.
Order canceled.
You made it.
Order
But it
submitted.
wouldn't have happened without you. The freedom to make all your clients' dreams a reality. The feeling
Yeah, that must be hurting for customer. I gotta put it in a spam folder. Damn it, my short have been good. I had a short at 30, but I got out too early. I need $25 more. Come on. I'm just playing one MNQ. Yeah. I'm playing one MNQ just to be safe. Because every time I'm like $20 away, I end up like blowing. Yeah. I'm just taking it slow.
See four stocks go by more than any others. Here, love it, Robinhood, and Coinbase.
We got 8 minutes and I'll start the giveaway. And I'm out of the giveaway.
There's a time and a place for filet of fish. Breakfast is for sausage biscuits. Set your alarm.
Want a glow up for your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. Now I have Google Gemini. Here's another beauty tip. Get in on this.
It's 2 for 25. Get one appetizer and
Too short. Maybe the too short might be good.
Appetizer and 2 entrees. Applebee's iconic 2 for 25.
Dentist posted earlier. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, that was a quick dump. Oh shit, what went wrong? What the fuck happened? Whoa. What happened? What the fuck? Holy shit. I made money on that. Almost fucked me though. Holy shit. I made oh, I gotta lock myself out. I got payout. Payout, baby. Let's go. Holy shit, that helped. Lock out. Fuck this. I'm not touching this shit. Oh my goodness. Must be news. Holy shit. QQQ went short. Wow. Yeah. Holy shit. They knew something. Oh, it's gone fast. What the fuck was that? Yeah, I bet you a shit ton of people got caught.
Order rejected. Order filled.
Holy shit. That's fucking wild. I didn't. I was shorting. I wasn't longing. I'm locked out. Wow. Yeah, wow.
People worth 30 million or more. LA ranks second with 19.
We didn't try to fade a bot, okay? We ain't stupid. But that dump got me good. Like, got payout.
Income cities like New York, you go to the inside.
Man, look at that pump. Holy, what the hell?
You go to CNBC.com.
You see that?
Inside wealth.
That's like, yeah, 60 points up, 80 points down.
You can't really compare it to recent others. I mean, what he has said about the NYPD and what certain cops have
I don't
said
know
about
what's going on.
elected, and he wants to put social workers instead of cops for domestic violence. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that makes people reluctant to raise families here.
Absolutely, and that's the kind of thing that is not just the wealthy, but it's the middle class, upper middle class, anybody who values safety. That's
I need tick to update this shit so I can request my payout.
To see how it plays out. I mean, in the meeting yesterday,
So the buffer, the threshold is 5,000. I'm at 5,000, but you had to get above 5,000 to request a payout. Minimum 250. So I'll take my 250, get my payout, and then I'll run it up next week when I come back. Oh, the stats, it's coming up.
He would discourage the use of that, although
Hell
he did not
yeah.
condemn it, which is a distinction that many people
Just
find
in
very
time, baby.
overall. I do, and what I heard from people who were at the meeting yesterday was, unlike past mayors, number one, they think he's going to win because they said he's a much better candidate than any of these business leaders had expected with him before they met him. Number two, that he listens, whether he
Yeah.
changes his policies or not.
I think I'm gonna be
unlike
done because
say,
I don't want to
Biden
get
or
fucked.
he was really engaged in listening yesterday. We'll see if that
Yeah.
follows.
I know a shit ton of people got wow.
Because of the influence of the governor, yes?
Certainly with taxes, which is one of the most important issues, and then safety, cops, fire, sanitation also is under his gun. But he doesn't have much power. The mayor doesn't have much power, but symbolically very important.
That's the tone.
Absolutely. Robert, thanks. Thank you, Robert.
Huge show coming up on Money Movers. Do not miss our exclusive with the Goldman Sachs chief David Solomon live on set here at the NYSC as Money Movers begins in a minute.
What if you could put aside your doubts and look to retirement with excitement? At Bright House Financial, we specialize in annuities and life insurance that help protect what you've earned and ensure it lasts. Bright House Financial,
Oh, cool. They tell me give me my ID, they'll get that approved. Let me request my payout. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
And it's
AG1
paused.
Next Gen has
Hell
launched with upgraded B
yeah.
vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro.
I gotta post
I
this on
just
Twitter.
and did all the work.
Oh, that dump saved my ass. Let's go.
Talk to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire
Oh, shit, I long on. Yeah, I need to long on one of my pro. Make some money. Which I'm gonna long at 55 in case it hits. Yeah. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I should be done. I want to mess around.
Future of cybersecurity. Built on the intelligence of every bridge we stop and refined by human expertise, our AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Investment opportunities are everywhere. With a zero price, we're letting curiosity light the way, asking smart questions about opportunities like advances in healthcare and how these innovations will create a healthier world tomorrow. Better questions, better outcomes.
Was it news though? I didn't really look.
The new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning, welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Kingston here with Sarah Eisen here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, Goldman Sachs chief David Solomon's with us.
Let me start the. Hold on. Let me start the giveaway real quick. My bad. Give me some time.
CEO joins us this hour.
Could tariffs on the EU derail U.S. plans to reshore some chip making? How ASML's growth warning
Okay,
yesterday
what was it?
plays
My
into
funded
that discussion. We'll
futures.
discuss.
Let's do
In the market.
40 minutes on this. Give them time.
There's strength in more defensive groups like real estate and healthcare today. The
And
financials
start.
are still positive. Consumer discretionary communication services all working. The Nasdaq is pretty much sitting at a record high. Apple, Tesla, Alphabet all higher, but mixed bag in tech with Nvidia, ASML, Microsoft a little bit under pressure. And maybe that warning. It's also been an incredible run.
Yes. Let's begin with the banks, Joe. Leslie Picker's been tracking Goldman, B of A, Morgan Stanley. Morning again, Leslie.
Hey, good morning, Carl. Yeah, muted performance this morning. In fact, some of the losses have continued to accelerate as those conference calls went on. And that's on the heels of what were largely decent reports from Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley this morning. Obviously, coming into these reports pretty fully valued, though. We saw a bit of disparity in investment banking performance across the three, with fees declining at both Morgan Stanley and B of A, while rising 26% at Goldman.
I'm not focused on the market anymore.
I spoke with Morgan Stanley CFO Sharonia Shaya about the firm's pipeline. She said equity capital markets, the division that manages IPOs and follow-ons, is looking really strong in the Americas and Asia. And she said the forward pipeline in advisory or M&A activity is largely comprised of strategics or corporations looking to do deals
Are you long in or something?
in technology or biotech. And speaking of M&A, a lot of
I just have my long set in. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, oh well.
many of the big six banks pursue inorganic growth, acquisitions.
At 60, and then add another one at 55. So
Is that regulatory reform will unlock billions in excess capital.
yeah, a lot of good action, but I'm sure that dump blew a lot of people.
Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon said their primary focus will be investing in current businesses. Goldman executives were pressed on the call about their dreams.
Yeah. I saw that too.
They said there may be some kind of opportunity to grow asset and wealth management without really elaborating any further. Bank of America's Brian Moynihan was also asked about external uses for excess capital, and he said the firm is not allowed to buy another depository institution because of its size, but they're pursuing to expand organically. We'll be sitting down with Moynihan later today in the exchange, guys.
So where's the M&A going to come from? What are analysts excited about in the space?
I think they're just excited about M&A involving banks altogether, because there has been kind of this overarching concern and sentiment that M&A within the banking space isn't a good idea right now because of the regulatory environment. That seems to be changing.
Oh, it got pretty long got stopped out on Nvidia. 370, and he sold for 170. But he bought it towards all-time high though. Yeah.
More M&A though is in the refocus in companies that
I don't like option though. Option just stinks. I love futures.
Scale in order to weather some
yeah,
of the
but
volatility and uncertainty that we're seeing. So that's kind of a strategic focus
did I lock my...
behind the scenes in terms of why.
Oh, that's good. But don't trade too much though. Moogle love futures now. Motherfucker was trading like at 5, what is that, 2 in the morning and trade again at 8 in the morning. Addicted like shit.
So you've been optimistic this year. We're in a record highs, S&P, NASDAQ, despite some volatility and some headwinds coming from tariffs and all that. What's your feeling right now? Are you still as optimistic? We're still optimistic, and we still expect volatility. You remember we started the year.
You got hey, go on YouTube. You have enough points? It's only 25 points for this one. For the map on the futures.
Because there was and continues to be a lot of uncertainty in the market. The uncertainty started with really not knowing how the administration was going to pursue any of its top initiatives. And now that we've seen that, there's still uncertainty. The pause in tariffs was extended to August 1st. Who knows if we'll have clarity August 1st or if it will be extended again while they continue to negotiate.
So once I get this payout, I can start playing a little bigger. It's got 5K buffer now.
There's a lot of geopolitical uncertainty. And as we're starting to see deregulation, we think that's good for certain subsets of investments and for the market. So a lot of volatility, but we continue to be positive. You know, we did hit a new high in June, and if you look historically, 12 months after hitting a new high, the market does tend to be positive 75% of the time, up on average close to 9%. So that's just one data point, but if you take that all together, your view, and you give advice to clients, what is it to just stay?
Yeah, it can't get over 350 at 50 on here, so keep shorting it.
Which has been critical, especially given the volatility in 2025.
The 3 minutes, no, it's not topping out yet. It's still got some upside.
make sure
15 minutes still had
you're
downside, so it's going to
positioned
dump
meet your
again.
long-term goals and that you can live with volatility, that you're not losing sleep or throwing up from all of the volatility, and don't try to time the market. That is a fool's game. We saw the worst trading day of the year and the best trading day of the year happen within 4 trading days of each other this year in April. It is an impossible market to time. Most are, if not all are. So make sure you are meeting with your advisors, you are reviewing your investments, you are reviewing your allocations, and then sit back and buckle up.
Do you think there's material risk of a melt up?
I thought you were going to ask me just the opposite.
Let's see how many people blew in that dump.
I think the consumer is staying strong.
Checking Discord.
I think, we're seeing the 10-year kind of
I
range.
guess not much. Nobody's complaining about it.
Strong. And so I think it's
Yeah.
really, really important to separate volatility from the economy and the market.
So the stock market's not the economy, but it's especially so right now.
The stock market is not the economy, but the economic data continues to be strong. The consumer continues
I wish I
to
caught
be
it with my
strong.
TPT.
Earlier today, we heard that you have to lift up the
I
hood
did.
on
I
the
caught it with my
inflation
Tradeify
data
and
and
made 500 on that one.
toys, the
But
price
I'm a
of
long way from
food, the
payouts. I'm
price
not
of
even gonna
furniture,
post that
which are
shit.
all ticking
Jinx
up.
myself.
So peak and when that's going to peak.
Yeah.
suggestion was
I'll show you.
August, and we'll see how the consumer
I just posted in
absorbs all of
chat.
that. But as long as the consumer continues to be strong, and so far they've absorbed
Well, that
this
one account
without
blown.
pause, the consumer still has money to spend. Maybe they're being a little
That one? No, that's from last night. That's the Tradeify blew last night. Yeah, not well. It's 600 from payout, but could have got it. But oh well. Yeah, it's the I didn't do the growth or I did the events, so it doesn't have DLL.
We have all year. We've seen them
And
come back a lot since the post-liberation day low of down 20. It's now trading in
Huh?
positive territory. We think that has been delayed.
Yeah, if I can
because
get payout
the
on
cuts
those.
have been delayed, and rate cuts will benefit disproportionately the small cap space, as will deregulation. An increase in M&A activity, an increase in IPO activity, that will benefit the small cap space. So we do continue to be slightly overweight small cap as well as international and emerging markets.
And value also kind of that as the market broadens out. It needs cuts for that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw broadening out. It's taken a little bit of a pause. But again, we think deregulation will benefit value sectors like energy, like financial. So we don't think it's reversing. Some people might say, well, the Mag 7 is up 46% since post-liberation day lows, and the market's up only 25%. But they forget the first part, which was it was down disproportionately. So it
I want to short, but I'm waiting for maybe 40 or 50.
year to date.
Some crypto forced you to change your view on Bitcoin or Ethereum, or is some of this policy getting codified or trying to?
We don't have exposure in my client portfolios to crypto, to Bitcoin. I think, like you said, it's constantly changing. We get a lot of questions about it. But
See, the squeeze on the radar still has a warning sign, so it looks like we're topping out soon on the 3 minutes, and we might drop some more later.
to get their returns, fixed income is still offering
Yeah,
a
I
really
might put a
nice
short in
safe
again. Earlier I put a short in at 32, so I'll leave it at 32. Has a volume 1,000 contracts. So we'll see.
Newberger Berman. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon
I
here at
guess
Post 9.
for sell. I don't know. I don't know if sell or buy. I can't tell by those. It's on Project X. It tells you volume. They do. Oh, TPT. No, they don't. Sorry. Damn, look at that pump. You know why we dumped earlier? Yeah. You type in your raffle tickets? Okay.
From trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the
Oh shit, my short gets hit.
But if you have a structured settlement or annuity, JG Wentworth can help you get a lump sum of cash now in exchange for some or all of your future payments. JG Wentworth will help individuals get over $290.
See, on my second straight to funded plus, I'm at $180, but I need 500 to get 1 point. That's gonna be hard. See the butt's gonna long yet. No, butt no long.
The future is here.
Order canceled.
Automation and AI.
Order submitted.
These technologies into your supply chain is complicated and
Order
expensive,
canceled.
and it usually doesn't work. That's where DHL comes in. We've been implementing these technologies since before it was cool. Tested
Order
and
canceled.
perfected across the world's largest contract logistics network. At DHL, it's people, technology, and analytics working together to take your supply chain to the next level. The future is now. DHL Supply Chain.
Never miss a moment. We're running a very tight labor market
the
right
other
now.
dock, yeah.
That means lower growth, but it also means the unemployment rate is less likely to spike up. The substantial amount of deregulation that we're doing is going to accelerate economic growth. We're going to have economic growth in a
Dude, think about it. You make 500 days. How long has it been? 2 weeks like this? Dude, that's good money, man. Yeah. And you don't pay for gas. You don't pay for anything. No tax on the work. You know what I mean? Not like going to work, you have to pay for gas and shit. And you know what I mean? No, I'm just saying that if you go to work, let's say you have a job, you have to pay for gas and all that stuff. That's why you just wake up, wear your boxer, and just train. You probably up like 4K already. I checked my daily payout for the last 2 weeks. I'm at it's 1,600 only though. It's not as much as you, but that's like 26 days though. But 26 days. It wasn't 25. Some days I have 100, some days I have 80. Dang, it's still going.
More savings, more flexibility. The rewarding and trusted way to pay. Pay this.
But it's fun getting daily. I have a short at 41 on this straight to funded one. I've been doing tick all day today. I haven't touched TPT much. I need to touch TPT. I should touch one TPT. I'm trying to pass the email. Yeah.
Good to be with you.
Order filled.
In profits, you must be pretty
Order
happy. What do you
submitted.
see?
Happy with the firm's performance. We had a
No,
solid
get caught.
quarter, and it's actually interesting if you think back to April 1st and think about the journey of what's occurred over the course of this quarter. There's been a lot. Our team's been
Order
focused on serving
submitted.
our clients. Clients were active. Activity levels are picking up, and I would say
Yeah,
as we
still
go
good
through
though.
the quarter,
Oh shit, bot went long. Fuck, I need to get out my short.
activity has actually increased. There are pockets of uncertainty, and there are certainly businesses and industries
getting out this
that may
short.
still be more affected
Out,
by trade
out.
wars.
Order filled.
Not shorting no more. Bot just went long.
After a pretty bumpy start, has increased, and we saw our clients
Yeah.
pretty active, and that activity continues to gain momentum here in the second quarter.
I got out. I didn't make any profit. I lost money. Short got me scared.
The equity trading business is driven by broad activity.
Hey, you can pay the bot, dog. I'm gonna buy the dip. Everything looks pretty good to go wrong later, so. Oh no, 3 minutes is close to the top. Yeah, I'm not gonna. It's not a good long. I don't think it's a good long. But I'm not gonna talk shit to the bot. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, above 63 would be better. Look at that fucking long. This got wrecked. Holy shit. Wow. My short would have paid. What the hell was that? What the fuck?
Order filled.
I just went long. I just went long. Holy cow. Ah, it just took profit. I had the auto profit thing. What the hell was going on? some data?
Significantly from that. I think you saw in this
What the? Yeah, everybody's getting killed today with this shit. Holy fuck.
But our franchise is in good shape.
Dude, I was short and I got scared.
Significant things, and I think
Order filled.
that's changed is CEOs believe we're in a moment
Order filled.
when you can do big strategic consolidation.
Yeah.
That it actually can get through.
Man, it scared the shit out of my lung.
So they've gotten much more engaged in those documents. We're seeing that. And so
Wow.
I expect a pretty robust M&A environment in the second half of the
Well,
year.
now it's getting bad.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order
Order filled.
It's happening, yes. And
What the hell is going on?
I think it blew this quarter. When you look at our
Target bill.
Holy shit. Oh, wow. I like this movement.
The anecdotal data. How many CEOs are calling and saying, hey, we'd like to look at this? How many projects are getting opened up? How many conflicts are we clearing?
Order filled.
M&A activity. I'd say there's been
Order
a meaningful
submitted.
pickup in that. We highlighted that.
Order filled.
When we referred to our backlog and the movement in our backlog based on advisory
Yeah.
activity.
It went long, just got destroyed.
Getting off the dime. I think you can see a pickup. It is a finally. I've been really wrong on that. That has been a lot slower than I expected, but I feel like that's coming too. So I think the tailwinds.
Yeah, I think it's gonna come back.
Really
I'm so scared.
disruptive policy environment. I think the market is absorbing. And
Dude, I'm at 285 on my second tick. I need 500 to get a point.
Productivity influencer in business broadly as AI is deployed in the enterprise. I think it's having a meaningful impact on
I don't know if long's gonna be good anymore.
growth and a perception of efficiency opportunities and investment opportunities for business. And I think that's something that's playing a big role in equity prices right now. Across industries. This is something every CEO is talking about. How do we use this technology to really automate processes, change processes, and it's not just taking
What news of firing Powell got it dumped.
resources to invest in growing our business. And that's a very
Holy shit.
economic growth, pro-growth thing.
Are you, I was gonna ask you, sorry.
Order filled.
Fuel the equity market. How much a bank like yours participates in that through financing and lending, and whether that's a big part of the activity?
It's a good point, Sarah.
God.
We highlighted in the call this morning that all this infrastructure around power and AI requires a huge amount
I went
of
long, yeah, I
financing,
went long.
and we will participate in that benefit.
I'm
So
out.
that's another
Order
tailwind
filled.
over the course of the next 6 to 12 months. This in the last couple of months,
Order
there's been
submitted.
some internal Goldman podcasts
Order
where leadership
submitted.
has talked about maybe
Oh, yeah, order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
So we have a very strong risk management culture. And I think one of our responsibilities, given the nature
What
of our
is
business,
going on?
is to always be thinking about and worrying about things that probably have a small probability of happening. And so when
Order
markets run,
submitted.
when you get into an environment
filled.
that
Order
feels
filled.
very forward, and I think we've
Order
moved into
submitted.
that kind of environment at the moment. One of the things we spend a lot of time talking
Order
about is what
submitted.
could go wrong.
Order
How do we prepare?
filled.
Order filled.
If the market was
Now
down,
I'm
if we
dumping
woke up in
more.
November and the market was
Order
down 10%,
submitted. Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
how would that impact or filter through, our risk positions?
Can't be just from Powell. That's fucked them down a lot.
People talking about risk management.
Oh
at a
my
time
god.
like this. Even though
My
I think in
pro.
the distribution of outcomes, we're probably going to have, pretty
Wow.
constructive environment for our business, through the rest of the year.
I'm gonna add up at 9. Cool. Maybe dump more.
We did a bunch of IPOs that were
Crazy.
significant in the second quarter. I call out Chime, eToro.
Man, I'm still stuck on mine. Holy
all
shit.
traded well, in the secondary market. There's a pretty good pent-up backlog of IPO activity.
Moving is good.
In the third and fourth quarter, particularly if this equity market sustains.
So what kind of, economic growth picture are you looking at for second half and into next year?
It feels to me, if we were talking,
Now bot wanna go short? No, no. Yeah, ES is short.
policy uncertainty had slowed the trajectory of growth, but I still kind of expected 1 to 1.5% growth this year.
Order
As I'm
submitted.
talking to CEOs, listening carefully to what's
Order
going on.
filled.
Order filled.
I think we're getting a little bit of an acceleration. I had a group
Order
of CEOs.
Order filled.
directors,
Yeah, it's crazy movement. I gotta add more to my short, my long.
Consumer consumer-centric
This is-
business made the statement that in April,
Yeah, I'm stuck.
he saw consumers kind of pause for a few weeks, but they
And on
finally
my
got
straight
back
to
the
funding.
raises.
Good thing I
Company
locked
that
out on a
does
payout.
that, that, consumers saw a little bit of a reacceleration.
Order filled.
Now I got 2 Pro now.
Trajectory based on
Order canceled.
I need 28 to get out, so hopefully it hits.
Order submitted.
Man, that don't fuck me up. Wow, still going. And my Tradeify got messed up too. Shit.
Issues, affecting the yield curve and the dollar. Particularly as we think about it, this is something I remain concerned about. The structure and the trajectory of our debt and our ability to control our fiscal
Order
spending.
submitted.
So, I think this is an issue in the next 5 years. It's going to get a lot of attention.
Come on.
It has the potential to
Get me
create
out.
significant speed bumps, but the more likely scenario is we continue to grow the debt stack, and that puts pressure on term treasuries and also crowds out other investment, and therefore could be a counterbalance to growth.
28.
So I don't think it's a big 2025 issue, but I definitely think it's something we should be focused on.
2. I had to
something I'm
average down.
concerned about. And it's something that I think is going to get a lot of attention.
And I
as we
need 50
continue
to get out
spend and grow
my
our deficit,
straight to
which is
funded
the
one, the tick
direction
tick.
of travel.
But I might need to. Come on, give me out. I
for
want to make some money.
last
Give me
year,
out. Keep going. Come on. You piece of shit. There we go. I gotta go pee so bad. There we go. Made that money. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go back and long again. Milk this fucking movement. Went long at 906 with 2. I'm trying to milk this money.
I think the market is absorbing the trade policy, but on the call, I specifically said, and I think this is the best way to frame it. Even if we have base
Good movement. Either you blow or you make good money.
Order submitted.
the trade deals are yet to materialize significantly.
Hell yeah,
And
dude.
we don't
Imagine getting that in there. You have
Order rejected.
so much profit later on. Keep pumping, son. Get out my.
It seems like inflation is on the right
Order
trajectory.
submitted.
I
Shit.
think we could
Get
a
me
couple
out.
to
Get me out, motherfucker.
term rates on.
Yeah, still uncertain. Do you worry about Fed independence in this environment? Where
Yeah,
there's
this
a
is
lot
fun.
of political pressure on Fed chair powell?
Central bank
Yep.
independence, not just here in the United States, but around
Oh
the
shit.
world, has served
Man,
us
could have got out.
incredibly well.
Went too quick.
I think it's
Order
important.
submitted.
I think my comments here on Fed independence are with respect to monetary
Oh,
policy.
come on.
I think
Let me go pee real quick. Don't blow
With
anything.
respect to monetary policy, I think central bank independence, Fed independence is very important, and it's something we should fight to preserve.
How do you feel about international right now? Have you been impressed with Europe's turn? Do you think some of those shifts are long lasting, either on their spending or fiscal discipline, debt breaks?
The direction of travel is definitely positive. I think a more fiscally stimulative Europe, a Europe that's investing more in its defense and in its industry and infrastructure, is good for growth in the world. The question is, and I don't know if you saw, but we had our board in Paris at the end of June, and I put an
No, still dipping. What the fuck? Get me out first. Oh.
Nations of the European Union get together and actually execute
Are you in a tray or no?
the things they need to do to bring down barriers,
Where are you long at?
act as a constructive economic union as opposed to a collection of individual provincial states. And I think the jury's out on that. But the
It's good
other
movement
is
today,
that
though.
is
It's
that
really good movement.
I see more institutional capital interested, but still questions on whether or not they can execute. They can really move the ball.
See, with Project X, the only thing, it moves so fast, it won't hit your profit target, and you just held in there and it went back down. Because I was green, it won't close it out.
What are you expecting as far as actual deregulation and how
All
would it
this with
impact your
firing
business?
Powell, that's kind of
But I
wrong.
can't resist since you said that.
We got 15 minutes on the giveaway.
Because of deregulation, there's no question the regulatory environment.
Yeah, they need to leave him alone. He's done a good job.
We look over the last 7 or 8 years, we have significantly grown the firm and executed on a strategy to grow the firm, which has significantly grown the revenues and the earnings of the firm, which therefore has grown the
Yeah.
market cap of the firm. Now, I think the multiples that all the large financials are getting are improved. And the
What's
reason
lower
that
day?
they're
98?
improved, it's still a big discount to the market multiple, but the reason they're improved,
Order
one of the reasons they're improved
Come on, just get me
is
out.
because the regulatory environment is improved.
Yes, I got out. I'm up.
Order
Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Save my ass. Hell. I'm gonna go long again. Let me go long at 35.
Order submitted.
Dude, I'm up 800 on Tradeify now. I need to size down. Go long at 30 on that one. I need $70 more to hit target on this one, so size down. Go long at maybe 30. Let's go. And that was fun.
At the growth in large bank capital over the last, 7-8 years, GSIB has been a very significant piece of that growth. And so how do we recalibrate GSIB to account for growth is a second big bucket that can create capital relief.
Oh shit. I think I got approved for my payout on TickTick. Let me get my shit. That was fast.
I think the direction of travel on all three of these things are constructive, and I think the
Hey, what's up, man?
getting asked about, which is appropriate, is 15 years after Dodd-Frank. We've learned a lot.
Where's my
We want the right answers. We want a transparent, clear capital regime where people can plan, investors have
Great day today, man. Great day.
so that we can have the most efficient capital deployment into
Good
markets to
movement.
drive economic growth. And I think there's a good chance we make progress on that. The fourth bucket is regulation and supervision, kind of the supervisory process, which has been
Damn, if I held up long on TPT, it would have made it a lot.
and I think that pendulum's going to swing back. And what that does is it frees up resources to invest in
Yeah, I got
growth.
out.
And I think
I would have
that's
been up
also
another
constructive.
40
So,
points.
pretty constructive environment.
Let me get
More to
this
see over the
payout.
next 6 to 12 months, but I think that's one of the things that's moving the sector pretty meaningfully.
Finally, on headcount, does the evolution of AI alter that trajectory?
It has an impact on
Come on,
headcount
I need
growth to
another
some
dip.
degree, but one of the things we're excited about, I talked about on the call, we're working with a company called Cognition Labs that has something called Devon, which is an agentic AI program that really, think about it, is we can have an engineer overseeing
Got a sinus
software
agreement
coding
already.
through this agentic
Yeah.
program. And, way to think about it, I saw it demonstrated in a way where in a matter of less than an hour, it basically produced a website that it would take 10 engineers, 3 days to produce. And
There we
so
go.
the
I'm
leverage,
done with my paperwork.
more productive activities or additionally productive activities and growth is quite compelling. So it's not as simple as people out, cost out. It's about being able to create more automation, more efficiency, more productivity. And
There's
therefore,
11
free up
minutes
capacity
until the
to
timer's
invest in
done.
things that grow your business. I think this is something that all CEOs and all industries are talking about, and we're super focused on.
Yeah, that's still a scary long to hold long though. Let me show you my TPT right now. All good. $50 for lunch tomorrow. I almost passed out of TPT.
Potentially a socialist mayor in the heart of capitalism in the world, which is New York City, as defined by companies like yours, Goldman Sachs.
Well, there are a couple of things. I'd say first,
I wanna
in an
dump.
election,
Oh shit! There we go again.
but there's certainly
Whoa! What's? Dang. This movement is wild.
This is deeply personal. I'm a three-generation New Yorker, and I think New York is the greatest city in the world.
Order canceled. Order filled.
I care deeply about the trajectory of New York.
Order filled. Order submitted.
I need $70.
There are a bunch of things.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Damn. Maybe it's
First
been
and
that long.
foremost, it needs to be safe.
Order
Order filled.
People need to feel safe. in
Holy
this city.
shit.
Housing needs to be affordable in this city. Education.
Yeah, I got out. So I need $20 more. Let's fucking go, baby.
And the business community needs to be present here and grow,
Order submitted.
in this community. One of the
Order
things
filled.
Order filled.
attention, if you look at our industry was
Holy
largely
shit.
based here 25 years ago, and there's been a lot of job growth in our industry.
Order
but not in New
submitted.
York. That's been a long-term trend for our industry to have job growth outside New York.
Oh no.
So I'm focused on policy. I think policy matters.
whoever is elected mayor of New York, we're going to have to engage with and
Uh-oh.
work with.
Order filled.
Focused
Oh,
on
yeah.
advocating, for policies that we think will make a difference. And, on substantive policy, I just point out, one thing.
Order filled.
There is no question that we have a housing
Order
shortage.
submitted. Order rejected.
Housing in New York.
Order
Order filled.
Woo! I passed that one.
This is not new.
I finally passed the expert, so now I have an expert on my funded futures, and then I have the other payout, the PA, which I have like a ton of buffer.
The result was less affordable.
And I hit target on my other, what is this? Pick shit.
That suggests that this is a good policy. And so these policy decisions matter. Now, what can we do? Well, I think there could be more.
I mean, it's good money right now, dude.
I'll give you an example of a small one.
I need to lock this one out and work on the next one. I need to work on the third one, but I'm gonna do NQ on this one.
Affordable housing units. Brooklyn is
Gotta go big, man.
Partner and create incentives to build more affordable housing. To me, much better policy.
Yeah.
You go back to the 1920s, you go to the 1960s.
I did 209. What's 209?
Rent freezes, rent control. It basically limits affordable housing.
Order submitted.
Investment in new housing, and it makes housing
Order canceled.
not in the
Order
the
submitted.
control area more expensive. So I don't think it's good policy.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
We're gonna have to work with whoever is mayor. And we're gonna try to advocate.
Order filled.
Order filled.
New York's a great city. It's a big city. But this stuff matters, and you can look at other cities. Like San Francisco, where policy changes have led to difficulties, and so it's going to be important, for us to have a voice in this. As I'm sure you will. Hope you'll stick around for one more minute.
Order filled.
Just some breaking news that we're getting.
Order filled.
Holy shit! What was that?
We can report now that the White House says the president is considering firing Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. That's according to a senior White House official, saying the president asked lawmakers meeting in the Oval Office late yesterday how they felt about firing the Fed chair. The lawmakers that were in the room, 12 Republicans, expressed their approval for firing the Fed chair, and the president then indicated that he is likely to do that soon. Now, I will emphasize that
Order filled.
attached to this.
Wow.
This is still
Order filled.
decisions have been made that are final, but that is the latest we know that the president now says
Order
he's
submitted.
indicated he's likely to do this sometime potentially in the near future. This is a big escalation here. Of course, we'll set up a big legal battle for one if he does go through with it, but it also comes after just yesterday he was asked by
Order
reporters
filled.
Order
if he
filled.
was considering taking this step.
Order
whether he
submitted.
thought,
Order
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
Holy shit! My thing's going crazy.
At the time,
Order
he said, I
submitted.
think it sort of is, but he did not go so far as to say he was considering firing him. Now, again, according to a senior White House official, they say the president has
filled.
Order
indicated
filled.
he is likely to fire Powell sometime
Order
soon.
submitted.
Guys.
Megan, thank you for that. Stocks hit a bit of an air pocket here. Dow's down 150 in a hurry. Long bond goes to 505. Do you have a reaction, David? I'm watching the news come off the tape that there's a rumor that he might fire Jerome Powell. I don't have the facts. I can't comment.
Order
on it, so
submitted.
I don't really have anything to say at the moment.
Wow.
But it would be a bad thing if the president
Order
were to
filled.
try to
Order filled.
Shit!
I
Now
think
it dumped
we
me.
talked before about Fed independence. I think Fed independence, particularly in monetary policy, is super important.
Yeah, I'm stuck
I
on
know
my
that
pro
you
now.
commented on
Fuck.
This discussion about the building. I don't have anything that I haven't followed closely.
Man,
I don't
my
have
tick
information on
50. I shouldn't play one
but
AQ.
stability
I
in
fucked
Fed seat, I
myself.
think is important, particularly
Holy
around
shit.
monetary policy.
All right, well, David, thank you very much for the time today on earnings and everything else.
My pleasure.
David Solomon, Chair and CEO of Goldman Sachs,
Ooh, I need
after
a pump to
a
get
big
out.
report. Carl, there's this New York Times report also that, the president waved a copy of a draft letter firing Jay Powell in the Oval Office with a few House Republicans, which is why, as we saw on X yesterday, some of the House Republicans saying they're hearing that they're firing Fed Chair Powell. First of all, there's a
Order
legal question
submitted.
here, right? And Powell himself has pointed to this before, that
Order
he cannot
submitted.
be fired without cause. So does this, I don't know, renovation
Order submitted.
issue that they brought up, does that count as cause? Who knows, right? That's one issue. The other issue, of
Order
course, is
filled.
Order filled.
markets and something that David was talking about, and questions about Fed independence.
Wow.
And
What
Order
the hell?
submitted.
I'm so stuck in this long.
for stability and things like U.S. assets, U.S. treasuries, and the U.S. dollar, if the president is trying to fire a Fed chair and put in place
It's so
someone that is
greedy.
not independent. We know the history of not independent central banks.
Order
I mean, they don't
submitted.
have control over inflation.
There's some that exist right now. on planet
Here's
Earth.
my
Of course, we know the Fed has
Pro,
also asked
minus-
their
oh,
own Inspector
wow.
General to look into
nothing to
this renovation
on the renovation.
orders and what the chair told Congress in
Order
recent weeks.
submitted.
Not great. Let's see what President Trump actually does, to David's point.
Yeah, that's not good.
CEO Bora Minerals is with us. The
But
gold copper miner
are you
making
stuck?
its public
I
debut
am.
with the Nasdaq
I
this morning
damaged
with
down.
mines in Brazil, Honduras, and Mexico.
On the Pro,
Order filled.
I just averaged down. I did not expect this. Oh, we should have stopped. We should have stopped, dude. Oh,
Order filled.
oh, something blue. My eval blue.
This
Good thing I
July,
lucked out on the
Renewal
other
by
one.
Anderson. Replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing. And I mean
Apex at
zero zilch
77.
nada.
Order filled.
18
Order
months.
canceled.
Just to be clear, that's a year and a half.
Apex
I'm
at
talking about no
65
money down and no
now.
monthly
Order
payments and no
submitted.
interest until January of 2027.
Wow.
We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And did you know over 60%
Oh man, that bot was correct.
It just makes sense. But hold
I
on.
just got it
Why
back.
choose Renewal by Anderson
It went.
in the first place?
Oh, it's still long one.
Well,
Oh, it is still long. I was looking at
window
oscillator.
frame material. It's
I just have to hold. I'm down 300 bucks in a Pro.
Needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme
3
temperature
MNQ
swings
now.
while repelling moisture and the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our
I need
patio
88 to
doors are
get out.
designed to slide
So
easily.
I might be able to
They're
get out,
not
but
going
the other
to
one
stick and let the bugs
posed.
in.
All my
Replace
profit from
your
my
windows, patio doors, or your front entry door,
Trader
and
Flight
there's no money
gone.
down, no
I'm
monthly
red.
payments, and no interest.
$800
until
profit. I got so
January
greedy.
of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this?
Without the action, gonna bounce up and down.
Increase your home's value by 15%. It's true.
What is
Get out your
this?
phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking
Order
about.
submitted.
Book a free window and
get
door
me outta here.
inspection with us, and
Yeah.
make sure to call before July 31st to
Give us a
lock in
big
our special
bounce.
financing. 1-800-918-0808.
There we go.
Order filled.
Out on one. Let's go. Get me out.
Smarter threats needed with smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte
Wait,
AI
you say you
is
blew?
the future.
Oh, you didn't blow yet? Hope you get out, man.
Refined by human expertise. Charlotte AI
My-
gets
my-
smarter.
Oh, almost blew. I blew one. My from the future eval.
With confidence and efficiency. And protect what matters most.
Should not even buy it. Bought it. And long.
Trust
Blew.
CrowdStrike.
You never know. It can come.
Famous all over the world.
Yeah, I need that too. I need 930, 935, 926, 923. Whew. It can still happen though. We got this. Fucking pop already, ho. Yeah, it looks bad. My
We know
Pro,
your days
I
are
need.
That's why at Sprouts Farmers Market, we make every interaction.
Order
Order filled.
Oh, get out.
Order
Get out.
Order filled.
88. I think it might hit. Yeah, it hit, but I didn't get out.
Gathers the freshest produce and
Oh,
prepares the tastiest
couldn't get out in time.
meals, making nutritious and delicious.
Order
Yeah.
Order filled.
Discover
Woo.
the Sprouts feeling.
You might get it, dude. You might get. You might be able to get out. Holy shit! I'm not doing that again. I'm logging off.
Even feeling.
Oh my god. Maybe I'll go long again. I'll go long in that lower day.
Order submitted.
When you see the stock
You might
market down,
be
banks are
able to
getting
get out.
especially hard hit. It's a few percentage points down for banks like Morgan Stanley, which was already down a little bit on earnings.
Fuck, man.
Goldman had just turned higher. It's now down
On the side
1.3%.
down. I'm gonna do
JP
5
Morgan down
MAQ
1%,
on
Bank of
this
America
one.
down 2.2%. The bond market reaction as well. There's actually been
Oh
buying.
man,
and
it's so
yields
stressful.
lower.
You might be able to get out, dude.
That's the curve.
Order
There you go.
submitted.
Actually, yields higher now.
Order filled.
Moving toward the
You didn't blow, right?
on the 10-year yield. So sell bonds selling off, yields a
You didn't blow anything, right? No, no funding. Good. Holy shit.
So this might be the more dramatic
Yeah,
reaction.
we got
There are
really greedy.
questions of confidence with U.S. assets,
Holy
where
shit,
the dollar
man.
and treasuries would sell off on questions about an independent Fed, right? This has not happened
Oh
before.
shit.
Where you
Is the
have
giveaway
a
done? No, I got
president
4
thinking
seconds.
about whether it's true and what he does, we don't know. Actually firing a Fed chair. First of all, can he do it legally? Second of all, where's Congress? I mean, this is the
Wow.
Congress. He has had, Fed Chair Powell has had support on both sides of the aisle. Will the Senate Republicans finally step in and block such an action? We know the president wants lower interest rates. This is not the way to do that.
Yes, it remains to be seen whether or not this is just an extreme form of jawboning. We know Powell's been probably one of the most communicative
Wow.
Fed chairs with the Hill in recent memory. But the curve is, I think, what's super interesting. I mean,
Just
you
get me
write
out
on
of
the
here. I
short
just
end
want
as
to get
traders
out
boost
now.
their bets on
Get
Fed
out.
cuts, but
I
if the
need
year goes to
23 or
5
so
that will take
on this
you
other
on a close,
account.
maybe back to 23.
No, no, my pro's good. I already out on that. I need 23 on this trade day so I can blow.
You've been
There we
highlighting.
go.
We've seen a global rise
Come on.
on the long end of the curve, but
Order
again,
filled.
this is the dollar.
Oh, look at that shit.
This president
Holy
wants
fuck.
lower interest rates. I mean, deal with the debt issues. I
Oh
mean,
my
you can jump
God.
on the Fed a little bit, but threatening to
I don't know,
fire
but
would, I think,
it's giving me a
raise
heart
questions
attack though.
about
Cancel.
legality, the Constitution, that sort of thing, but also about putting in place
Order
policies that's going
submitted.
to tell what
Can
to
you
do.
pump a little more? Now I need 26, 30, and 35. Alright, let me pick the winner. Fuck, that's so stressful.
David Solomon expressed the importance of having an independent Fed chair throughout history, not just Fed, global central bank chair, Jamie Dimon of JP
Oh wait, I'm not out on my
Morgan
Tradeify yet.
expressed
Hold
that
on, I
this
need
week. I think if you talk to
I
most
need 4 to get out.
Order
What I need on
canceled.
Tradeify? I need 35.
that is what you'll hear, because that is what we've seen
Submitted.
throughout
I should
history.
just
So let's
cut
see
it.
what President
No, I
Trump
shouldn't cut
actually
it.
does here. But again,
Hold on.
this report
I'll
is
pick later. Let me
report
finish
that
getting
President
out.
Trump has been circling this draft document. I mean, the renovation story. The claim is, and we heard this from the OMB director, we've heard this from Bill Pulte, the housing
Jesus,
administrator,
crazy.
and the Trump administration, that they spent $2.5 billion renovating the Fed building, which is outrageous. First of all, you know, this is a building that hadn't been renovated since the 1930s. We can argue it's
Got out. Holy shit, I got out. Holy fuck. Oh, even my tick ticket's green. I'm good. I'm done. I ain't great. I'm out. Everything's out. I took a loss of $10 on Tradeify. They got up $790. I'll be long at lower day. Let me go down. Oh my god. Almost blew the other one. Yeah, except for I blew one eval, but it's okay. Not the fun. Yeah, that funded was protected. Alright, I'm sorry. Let me pick the winner now. Winner is Shen FX. Have you won before? No, you have not. Let me check your points. You have 64 points. Congrats, man. I need your Twitter.
Well, tell me about sort of your exposure. How important are Mexico and Honduras to operations?
Congrats. Just DM me your Twitter.
30%.
Not DM, but type out your Twitter.
30%, and then Brazil the remaining 40%. However, the growth project that we have to develop in the upcoming years, we have 2 projects in Brazil and then 1 in Guatemala to develop.
Got you, buddy. Let me message you. Whew.
Yes.
What a day in trading.
80% of the revenues comes from gold and 20% comes from
Yeah, crazy day.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
How do the tariffs? We've seen sectoral tariffs on things like copper and also, you know.
I sent you the DM. Just message me back on there, okay?
Yeah, on the copper side, we produce copper in Mexico, and we produce the copper concentrate, which we sell within the country to Trafigura, and they export to other countries other than the United States. And on the Brazilian side, when we produce gold, our export also goes to Europe and Canada.
The company goes back, the origins back to the 1940s, right?
Yes, it's back in the 1940s, but that was listed in TSX in 2006. It has gone through a major transformation since we joined the company back in 2017. This is when we started the new era with the new assets, new balance sheet, and a new team and culture.
So walk me through some of the calculus about coming public here at the Nasdaq. Was there a sense that the operating window for new issues was just too good to pass up?
No, it was a combination. We were planning this over 2 years. We knew that we had a very interesting and growth plan to present to the investors. Actually, when we contacted more
Where you see that at?
large investors, they said that the feedback we've been receiving since 2 years is we have a very good story. They want to invest on us. However, our
Discord
and our size was not big enough for this event. So we waited a little bit. We delivered them our results.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that
came from a market size of $500 million to $1 billion, $1.5 billion, and now recently $2 billion. And
yeah, I think it's a Phidias.
Plus the need for capital to continue to grow, to develop projects, and continue to do M&As. Then we had a great opportunity to combine both, increase the daily traded volume, raise capital, and then access more sophisticated and bigger investors in the United States.
Makes perfect sense. Of course, market's obsessed right now with some of these precious metals and materials. We hope you'll come back and help us understand that story as it evolves. Rodrigo, congrats again. Thanks so much.
I was scared to touch, dude. I was so mad. I thought I was gonna blow my TPT Pro. Yeah, Pro and my fucking Tradeify again. I was like, I can't blow another Tradeify. 5 minutes. It'll piss me off. It dumps again. How long? I'm almost past. I need 900 to pass the TPT eval for the 50K. So I gotta wait. I think I can get 500 more, and then I have to make another 500 next week when I come back.
Someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door.
Yeah, I'm not just on Discord. Other Discord I'm looking to. It's just the movement. It's the dump. Like people trying to catch the knife like us, and the sizing is bad. It's gone. I'm lucky. I don't size much. You got lucky. You size big.
Until January of 2027.
Holy shit! On a 25K? Oh no, that's a 50K, right?
Again. So get in on this while you can. And did you know?
Are you above the buffer now?
Customers choose to finance. It just makes sense.
Nice.
Why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Well, we use an exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrex. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl. And it was designed to handle extreme temperature swings while repelling moisture and the elements.
Well, I'm good for $100 payout on TPT. I do want to go long again when it dump.
Our patio doors are designed to slide easily, but they're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until
And they dip an extra 100 points. I said, fuck. Yeah, well, I was long at 950. It went down to 835.
And multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking about. Book
I'm not gonna handle that again. That was stressful.
with us and make sure
Good money's made today, though.
July 31st to lock in our special financing.
Yeah.
1-800-918-0808.
600 payout? Nice. Oh, nice. So you have 3 now for payout every time. No. My buddy, copy traded, blew everything. That's a bad thing with copy trading. Blow one account, you blow all of them. Those probably takes a long time.
Welcome back. Some breaking news this hour. The president now likely to fire the Fed chair, according to a senior White House official. Let's bring in Jeffrey's David Zerbos on the phone as some of these headlines, David, begin to hit the tape. And we get some sense of the market reaction, but it's, I guess you can argue.
You guys have a good week. Bye.